Amy, I'm not sure if you can hear me or if anybody can. It's Jean Delios. Just want to make sure my audio is working.
We can hear you, Gene,
Yeah,
loud and clear.
Great, thank you.
So I'm going to call the meeting, the May 11th, 2022 meeting of the Reading ARPA Advisory Committee to order. And we have a very packed agenda tonight. I'll just go over it briefly for the audience. After public comment, if any, we have a presentation from Reading Public Schools about a time-sensitive request. I can see Reading Public Schools is now here. I'm just introducing right now, you have a second. And following the presentation and discussion, we may take a vote on that. And then following that, we have a presentation and discussion from Reading Elder Services I don't have a vote indicated. I don't believe that is a time-sensitive ask. Then following that, the town manager will be presenting a time-sensitive ask relating to ARPA money for water rates. And again, information on all of this is in the packet. And now the town manager is here. And following those presentations, which I think are going to run a little bit beyond the agenda times, which is okay, we get to take our peek at the RAC survey, which we hope to release after this meeting. We will all decide. Sometime after this meeting, we'll look at the questions, and I think we're all excited to have the community start weighing in. Following that, we will discuss future agenda items, including, depending on the outcome this evening, if the select board is taking any votes on any RAC money and needs more information from us at their May 17th meeting, we will discuss if we're, based on everything happens tonight, if we'll be there and what we need to do. And last but not least, we approve minutes. The packet tonight has a few items we won't be discussing, which are just copies of some asks that have come in. I'll try to put them on a future agenda. They're near the end. One is an updated one from the chamber, one is from the Reading Rotary, and one is from the town unions. Did you have a question?
On the agenda where it says the votes for the time-sensitive things, it says 4/17. Is that? I assume that's supposed to be
5/17. Yeah.
5. Okay. Yes,
So
I'm
the
sorry. That
school
was a
committee and the
typo.
town.
Thank you for letting me know that. Yep.
Everyone, can I call the select board to order, please?
You don't have a quorum right now.
Jackie's on.
Oh, actually.
So yes,
Oh, right.
Mr. Haley is going to be, he's in a meeting
You're right.
he has to be in now. He will be arriving slightly late.
So it's-
And Mr. McDonough is traveling on business and won't be present at the RAC meeting tonight. Do you have to call the school
I
committee
do need to
order?
call the school committee to order, and because we have one virtual, we need to do it via roll call real quick. So, Sarah, you take yourself off mute real quick?
I can try. Hi, I'm here.
Okay. Carla? Here. Chuck? Here. Sean?
Here.
Tom? Here. Thank
What
you.
about, okay, yeah, no, all right.
Erin's not here as of yet. She might, if she joins, we'll note it.
Okay, and so before we get into anything for the schools, is there any public comments? Okay, and none. Jackie, nobody online with public comment? Jackie Laverty, nope.
No hands raised.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so, always good to be like 5 minutes ahead of schedule. If the schools are ready to go with their presentation, you're on.
Wants to stand up.
Wherever you're comfortable, I assume,
Probably need a mic.
We
Yeah,
ha-
so.
yeah. And there's gonna be slides, which we all have, and if anyone's at home in the audience, they're in the RAC packet, starting at page 3.
Mary, do you know if we have a,
Oh,
Can I call the select
okay,
board to order?
1 second.
We also have a virtual participant, so I need to go ask everyone if I could. So Jackie McCarthy,
Oh, and he's,
Here. Yep.
Karen Herrick. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Chris Haley, are you here?
I'm here,
And Mark Dox are here.
okay.
Mary, do you know if we have a remote, or do you want me to just ask Jackie?
I think Jackie's in full charge.
Okay.
Just say Jackie next slide, Jackie
Okay,
next slide, and
perfect.
she'll take care of it.
All right, well, good evening, everyone. It's nice to see you. Good evening, RAC members, Reading community. I'm joined by a few members of our team tonight, too. I think I've met everyone. I'm Tom Milcheski, I'm the superintendent, and I'll turn it over quickly to members of our team to come up and just introduce themselves before we dive in.
Good evening, everyone. Sarah Hardy, Assistant Superintendent for Learning and Teaching.
I'm Carrie Mullen, one of the special education teachers here in Reading that's been part of the literacy leadership team.
Good evening, Caitlin Shelburne, Principal of Joshua Eaton. Nice to meet you all.
Good evening. I'm Susan Bowton, Director of Finance and Operations for Reading Public Schools.
Again, we'd like to thank the RAC team for having us tonight, giving us the chance to share a little bit about on the school end what we think ARPA funds, how they could connect to some priorities on the school. So Jackie, next slide. Okay. So I think we've all seen this framework put up before. Tonight, we're going to be speaking to that bottom right quadrant, school priorities. And I know that there is a lot of sort of priorities in the school, a lot of things that we want to do to improve. We wanted to start by saying that tonight we think the priority that we're going to share tonight is the most important priority on the school side right now, and also the only thing that we'll be asking for ARPA funds for. So again, just to be clear, this is sort of our one ask, and this relates to a literacy curriculum. So you'll see here, thank you, Jackie, you read my mind here, the connections to ARPA guidelines. So these are some of the ARPA guidelines. I know that they've kind of loosened over the past several months, but we think that our ask tonight does align to what the ARPA guidelines outline here. First bullet, assistance to address impact of learning loss for K-12 students. For example, high quality tutoring or differentiated instruction. We have underlined and bolded differentiated instruction. We feel that this literacy curriculum, as our team will share, gives us the opportunity to effectively meet the needs of all of our students. And then secondly, services to address educational disparities, including assistance to high poverty school districts and educational and evidence-based services to address student academic, social, emotional, and mental health needs. We feel that the literacy curriculum that we'll be presenting tonight is a ideal way for our district to address some of the significant academic needs that we're seeing, which we'll speak to tonight, and is also evidence-based. I'd also like to say that we think that this is our top priority, I believe, at this for two reasons. One, we believing that the scale of this literacy curriculum will allow us to impact students across the K-12 world. And we could pick various interventions to target and support different smaller groups of students. We think that this is something that would positively impact students across our entire district. And the second piece is that we think that this represents the best spend to save investment that we can find right now. We know that investing in a high quality tier 1 curriculum is the best way to reduce the amount of money needed down the line for tier 2 and tier 3 supports. So we think that not only is this investment would be a game changer for the kids right now in Reading, but we also believe that this would be a smart investment for us to save money down the line in the future as well. So to give a little bit of context of how we arrived to where we are, first, our goal, and I say our, I'm sure everyone in this room believes in this, that is, our goal should be that all students will be grade level readers. I don't think I need to dive into research around the importance of being a grade level reader by the time at certain milestones in education. Particularly, we know the research around third grade, right? The impact of being a grade level reader on third grade is tremendous in terms of both future academic opportunities and in life. So our goal, and one that we all take extremely seriously in the district, is to make sure that all of our students are grade level readers. So Jackie, can you fast forward just a couple? You can keep going. It's actually going to be the next slide. And we know that our goal of ensuring that all students are grade level readers, you can go one more, Jackie, is not where we are right now. So if you look at the percentage of students meeting or exceeding expectations on MCAS dating back from 2016 to 2021, we see that has been somewhere in the 60s, or to 63%, then 68, then down to 64. I also, which we'll get into tonight, have a hard time believing that those numbers are going to get better in our pandemic context unless we do something differently. I also don't think the community would want me as a superintendent if I felt comfortable saying that I am content with 2/3 of our students reading on grade level in grades 3 through 8. And then the next slide, Jackie, and I think the part that's equally as or concerning for me is when you break down that 64% and look at who are the students who are having more success than others in our system. I think that in the district and the town's commitment to equity and ensuring the success of every one of our students, that's something that we need to take seriously. Tonight, we're going to speak a little bit about the shortcomings in our current literacy curriculum and the impact that has on some of these groups of students. But if you look here and break down by reported subgroups, only 39% of our students in grades 3 through 8 are achieving on grade level in reading, according to MCAS, 25% of our students with disabilities, and 33% of our high needs students. And 33%, the high needs is categorized by students, economically disadvantaged students, students with disabilities, and English learners. Again, 1 out of every 3 students. Breaking that down by race, we look again, the students who are not having as much success in our system are African American Black students. 32% of our students are reading on grade level in grades 3 through 8. And then our Hispanic and Latino students, 41%. And I think you see a significant disparity between that and other racial groups. So that's the context, that if our goal is to ensure that all of our students are reading on grade level, and we look at where we are now, we realize that we have work to do. And we think that what we're presenting tonight is the strongest strategy that we can invest in to be able to close that gap as quickly as we can. And that's why we're here, and we think there's an urgency for our students around addressing this as quick as we can. So Jack, you actually go back to the slide that I skipped through right here. Thank you. So a little bit of context I think is important for the community, and especially members of RAC. The first is that literacy has been a priority for us this year, and I know from prior administrations as well. And I think starting with that data, right, we realize that we're not where we want to be to meet the goal. Right? But there's some other things that have come up since I have started, I believe, that have elevated this as a priority for us in the past 10 months. First, we as a team believe that there is a new understanding of literacy instructional practices. Right? Some of you who are not in education, I'm sure that you've heard some of the buzz around reading, right? I know that I have friends and colleagues who are not in education say, what's all this talk about reading now? I think people realize, seeing research around brain studies, seeing research around how students learn how to read, science-based. So there is now elevated understanding of these practices. I can assure you that our teachers have invested themselves in this research. A lot of us have come on this journey over the past couple of years and realized that what it looks like and what it takes to align our literacy instruction to what research says around how students learn how to read. So that elevated understanding is important. The second piece of contextual information that's really important for us is Ed Reports, which is an organization that probably the most well-respected source of looking at and analyzing curriculum. Stated that the curriculum that we're currently using for literacy instruction, units of study, was insufficient for our children, right? Particularly insufficient for our highest need students, which we just shared. So I think you can probably start to make that connection in your mind already. If we are not seeing the outcomes we want, and we are using a curriculum that Ed Report says is insufficient for our children, we can probably start to think of ways that we can close that gap. DESE has also picked up on this and really leading a charge for districts to make sure that they are aligning their curriculum across districts to what research is saying around high quality literacy instructional practices. The other piece I think that's important for context for us in Reading is that we spent a lot of time meeting with teachers throughout the year as part of our entry process, and teachers have just shared how currently the current curriculum requires teachers to do a lot of finding of resources on their own. We can't afford to, in a time where teachers are more burnt out than ever, a time to have teachers spending their time looking for resources. Right? We need teachers having the resources in front of them, right, already organized, so they can then spend their time planning for the students in front of them. So as a central office team, as a team of principals and staff, we wanted to be responsive to new understandings of literacy instructional practice, what Ed Reports was saying, and be responsive to what our teachers are saying they need. And that, for us, elevated literacy as a priority. Now, there were a couple of things that transpired this year that we think raised the urgency for us in moving this forward quicker than maybe we would in a more traditional year. And the first is the pandemic context. I'm sure that everyone in this room has taken the time to chat with someone with children who would speak about the increased and heightened needs of our students. As a father of 5, right, I'm living it as a parent, as spending time across all of our schools. I see it on a daily basis. I'm sure our teachers and principals will attest to that. The needs of our students have never been higher, and the academic needs of our students have never been higher. We are seeing students in our classrooms with reading skills and abilities all over the place. Therefore, right, the urgency for us to make sure we are having the highest quality curriculum in front of our teachers and in front of our students has never been higher. It has never been higher stakes. Then shifting into another factor that we think raised the urgency for us this year was the Accelerating Literacy Grant, which we were awarded a $200,000 grant from DESE. And the grant is specified to align curriculum materials to what research around best practices and research around high quality literacy materials. So the grant requires us to get use the $200,000 for literacy materials, and we have to have the materials in hand by July 1st. Takes about 6 weeks for us to get the materials in hand from the particular vendor. So therefore you can run back the calendar and see we're right at about the timeline now where if we want to fully use that grant, right, we need to move forward and put in orders. So that was an important piece. And we sat down and we met with teachers this year and we said, here's the dilemma we're in. We can move this process forward a bit slower, right, and under the more traditional curriculum review process, but then we run the risk of losing the $200,000. Right? Also, that doesn't seem to be a solid strategy when you know you're going to move in that direction anyways, likely within the next several months, and just to leave the money on the table. So I feel confident that I'm representing, our staff and our leadership team when I say that it was a smart for us to pursue this in a way that we felt we were going to do anyways. Which brings us to where we are tonight. We had a literacy leadership team research curriculum, which they'll dive into, land on a curriculum that we feel is best for our students and our staff. We cannot do this without some additional funding and support, and that's why we're very eager and thankful to have the opportunity to present to you all tonight. We think that the opportunity for ARPA funds would allow us to implement and secure the funding for what we think is a game changer for our students in Reading. And so tonight we're going to spend a little bit of time walking through, again, why do we think that this curriculum is what's going to really move the needle for our kids? What is this curriculum? And then spend a little bit of time talking through what the costs are and what our ask is of RAC, and then what that looks like for Select Board. So I'm going to turn it over to Sarah Hardy, who's going to speak a little bit about the curriculum.
Thank you. Jackie, next slide. Actually, two more.
Bring the mic down to you. There you go.
Perfect. Thanks, Jackie. So our literacy leadership team, after about 2 months of really intensive work, had a clear program that emerged as what we believe will be best for the students of Reading Public Schools, and that is ARC American Reading Company as the publisher. This is a comprehensive literacy program, so that means that all of the components of literacy instruction are included, starting with phonological awareness, phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, reading comprehension, vocabulary, grammar. I could go on, but every piece of it is embedded. I'll also mention too, one thing that we thought was extremely valuable about this program is reading and writing are interconnected. And so our students will develop as readers and writers, and speaking and listening is also at the core of this program, which is an important part of the language arts that some programs don't address. But we know that we need students who are really strong communicators. Next slide, Jackie. When this program emerged as our top pick, there were a number of reasons why, and I won't be able to fill you in on all of the details tonight, but I wanted to give you some of the highlights so you could understand where our priorities are. As Tom had mentioned, we really did look at the ratings that were in Ed Reports and also Curate. Curate is similar to Ed Reports. It's specifically done by Massachusetts and teachers in Massachusetts. And I'll show you in the next slide or two the ratings that our core received on Ed Reports. You'll see why we're so excited about that. But I want to mention just why this matters. And Tom did a good job of explaining that Ed Reports is very well respected. But what research is showing us is that high quality curricular materials really do make a difference in the hands of good teachers. And what we've discovered here in Reading is that we've actually seen that example come true in a different area. This year we launched a high-quality math program that was ranked very highly by Ed Reports. And what we found is that our students this year, even in the pandemic context, our teachers are reporting to us that their students are performing better on our math common assessments this year than they have in years past. And those are assessments that we give year after year. So we've already been able to see this living out in action in our schools, the effects of high quality curricular materials. And so that's why one of the reasons we're so excited about this program. As I mentioned, it also was rated really highly by our teachers. So the reason that's important is because our teachers understand the context of Reading Public Schools. They understand our students and their families and what our students need and what our families would appreciate as part of a literacy program, and they ranked this the highest. Differentiation is also at the heart of this program, which is very important to us. In the Reading Public Schools, we want to ensure that the needs of all students are met. And so a program that starts from the beginning and sets out to meet the needs of all kids through the way the assessment system is built and the way small group instruction is built was an essential component for us and something we just didn't see in any of the other programs. The other piece here, a knowledge building curriculum, was essential to us. This is part of what Tom was talking about, kind of that new understanding, or that elevated understanding about what's important for literacy instruction. And so literacy instruction has to have kind of these two parts to it, where our kids are learning the word, how to decode words, but then also their language and their vocabulary has to be built up, because that's how it leads to comprehension. So when students are learning to read and they're building their content knowledge in the areas of science and social studies, that's when we're going to see the greatest success. And this program is built around units where students are also building their knowledge around science and social studies. Not only is that great for their reading and writing abilities, but it's also high interest, because we know these are topics our kids love to learn about. The final thing I'll say too, I mentioned to you speaking and listening is an important part of this program. And one of the things that addresses is kind of the social emotional learning of students, so that they learn how to have a conversation. They learn how to explain an argument and back it up with evidence. And most importantly, they learn how to listen to others and then ask follow-up questions. That piece and critical thinking are also embedded. That was something that was really a priority for us when we were looking at literacy programs. Next slide, Jackie. So I did want to just show you the ed reports, and we mentioned that this program scored well. These are the reports for K1 and 2, and in a second we'll look at 3, 4, and 5. You can see that there's 3 different gateways. Gateway 1 and Gateway 2 address the content of the curriculum itself, and then Gateway 3 addresses the usability. And you will see that the ratings here not only are in the green, but some of them are the absolute top score, or right at about as high as a program can score. Next slide, Jackie. Oh,
Just
yeah.
how would that compare against other programs, say one that we're using now? Right? I mean, if they all scored at the top,
Yeah.
then that's not telling us anything.
Yeah. So the program we're using now scored entirely in the red, not meeting expectations in every single category.
How long have we been using the program we're using now?
So the rollout happened over a number of years. From the best I've been able to understand, it started about 4 or 5 years ago with the initial implementation. It built off some work that had happened previously, so at that point it wasn't brand new, but it has been in place in the elementary schools now for a number of years.
Okay.
Yeah. Excellent. And this is an example of the 3rd and 4th grade and 5th grade. And if you did go into ed reports and looked through, they've rated a number of programs. There are some other programs that are all green. That's where we started. Those were the programs we looked at. But there are a lot of programs that are partially meeting or not meeting at all. Yeah, thanks. That's a great question. Next slide, Jackie. Excellent. All right, I'm going to invite Carrie Mellon to come up. She was one of the teachers on our literacy leadership team, just to talk to you a little bit about the results of the work of that fabulous group of teachers.
So our literacy leadership team used Program Exploration Tool, which looked at 3 programs and gathered about 80 separate ratings using a variety of ways to examine each program and provide feedback as a team on an all-encompassing literacy program. So we had 5 areas of criteria we looked at. We looked at student engagement and culturally responsive, and you can see from the chart up there, Art Course stood out above programs, the other 2 programs we looked at. We also looked at Access for All and Equity Center. Same thing there, you can see the same results. Jackie, next slide, please. We looked at the content of the 3 programs, the assessment protocols of the 3 programs. Next slide, please, Jackie. And the teacher accessibility of 3 programs. And Art Course stood out to us as a whole group team in all of those 5 areas, looking across, deep diving into the programs with the materials in our hands, looking at them online, visiting schools within the area that are implementing the 3 programs, as well as meeting with the publishing companies and asking our questions. From there, after working all together, we had our recommendations, we chatted amongst ourselves, asked more questions, met with Sarah and Tom, and now we're coming to all of you to present further. I've worked in Reading for a number of years now, and I have seen an increased need for explicit literacy instruction across all students, especially now. We've seen a huge student need. We've seen a lot of students that have needs diversified. Some students need to be met because they haven't grown the way they should, and then other students need to be stretched and think beyond what we're already doing. So we're really looking for a program that hits all students at all levels to make sure that they are solidly grade level readers and writers and have the solid foundational skills to then build off of in all content areas.
Thank you. I'll just add, as a participant in the leadership group and seeing all the number of programs, when our core came and presented, you could feel the energy in the room change. The teachers were excited. In many ways, it felt like a program that was made for teachers by teachers. So the excitement was another thing that these charts can't share, but just kind of an exciting factor. Jackie, you can switch to the next slide. So in many of our conversations this year as a leadership team, we've been talking about professional development. We're starting to unpack, what practices work best for our teachers and how our teachers learn best to kind of map out the future of professional development in Reading. One thing that really made this program stand out is the really connected professional development model that it has. I think we've all probably been in professional learning experiences where it's that sit and get, or it's just, somebody from the program coming and just sharing their spiel. This program is very different from that. We'll be getting a coach that really tailors the professional learning needs to the context of each building. So we'll be meeting with this person. The professional development will be integrated. So they'll be working alongside our teachers. They'll be modeling lessons. They'll be observing. We'll be unpacking data. And similarly, with a leadership group, we'll be doing similar tasks. So we're excited for this curriculum and the possibility of not only how it's going to be rolled out with the professional learning, but how that could sort of shift the way we're thinking about PD as a district as a whole. So very exciting here. A reading program is only as good as its rollout, and that's hopefully our next task is really thinking about what does this look like in our buildings.
Jackie, next slide, please. I'd like to share with you the cost estimates for the initial investment, years 1 through 4. Year 1 is the implementation phase of grades 3 through 5. The total cost for embedded professional development, digital licensing, materials and consumables is $715,900. With the DESI's literacy grant and FY22 operating budget savings, we've brought the year 1 costs down to $433,570. Year 2, we continue with grades 3 through 5 and implement grades K through 2 for a total cost of $791,425. Year 3, again, we continue to implement and start to embed grades 3 through 5 and continue the implementation of grades K through 2 for a total cost of $403,965. Then at year 4, the final year of implementation for grades K through 5 totals $371,040. The total cost for this Tier 1 4-year curriculum package is $2.282 million. With this year's savings in the DESI literacy grant, the balance is $2 million. Jackie, next slide, please. Thank you. We've taken this opportunity to also show you year 5, which we expect to be the ongoing investment, essentially the steady state for delivering curriculum for the grades K through 5. The range of expenditure is between $43,000 and $150,000 and varies based on the amount of professional development and material, books, and other replenishments. Many of these supplies are sent home for children to read books and sent back to school. So some of the supplies experience wear and tear. So some of these costs will be associated to renewing many of those materials. Thank you.
And one thing before we close, like to share too, is that we reviewed the cost of obviously of many other programs, particularly the two that elevated the top in this final three. And while it's difficult to compare because the services are a little bit different, when we weigh them out, it was very close, give or take, sort of on either end too. So the last estimate we had for our number two choice was right a little bit, slightly over $2 million, if I recall correctly. So. We know it's expensive, but it's also expensive in sort of literacy curriculums in general. So can you go back to the previous slide, Jackie? Thank you. So wanted to start by or close by sharing the be clear on what our ask is for the committee in front of us tonight too. So you see here we have the $433,570 and also that $200,000 at play from DESE. So to be clear, when we committed to the $200,000, or if we commit to the $200,000, we are also really committing to a literacy curriculum. If once we submit, our proposal to DESE and start getting our materials, we are getting grade 3 materials likely, and we've started the rollout of ARC, right? So therefore, right, we could get there and roll out grades 3 through 5, which would be our plan for next year, with $433,570. So that is the immediate and the urgent ask. Now, also, I am coming tonight sort of thinking about the bigger picture, and it is hard thinking forward to years 2, year 3, year 4. Right? If we get move forward the $433,570, but also don't then have a commitment to figure out what this looks like moving forward, we would have committed to rolling out 1 year of grades 3 through 5. Which arguably that doesn't really move us forward or put us in a much better spot than where we are right now. What would that look like for K2? What would that look like for years 2 through 2, 3, 4, 5 for those grades that rolled it out? So therefore, we believe that tonight presents an opportunity for us to look comprehensively at what's the rollout years 1 through 4. So we're asking tonight to consider the full package of the $2 million to roll this out and ensure that we can roll this program out in a way that hits all grades K through 5. And that we can sustain it over years 1 through 4. After year 4, we're confident that we would be able to absorb that fully into our operating budget and find a way to make that work. We know that this is a big ask. Right? We know that there are a lot of priorities in the town side. We'd like to close by sharing that we know this is our one big priority and our one ask of ARPA. And we, again, think that this is our biggest investment that we can make for our kids in the district and also the biggest investment that we can make to save money down the line in terms of Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports. So I appreciate everyone taking the chance to listen to us tonight, and we look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Okay. So who has a question first on the board? Okay, Mark.
Thanks, folks. I really appreciate the presentation. Thanks, Tom, also for kind of laying it out in terms of immediate need and structure of the program going forward. So a few questions, and had the benefit of chatting a little bit with the superintendent beforehand. I think, let me ask some questions first and then kind of give an overall layout set of questions. And when you indicate in years 4 plus, and actually in year 1, using some operating budget funds, why not in the other years that are mentioned here?
Do you want I go after you first. I'm sure we both have something to say. Do you want okay.
Jump ahead.
So here we are in the middle of May, and I know the amount of funds that we'll have available. I can more closely project the funding that we'll have available at the end of this year in savings. Years 2, 3, and 4, it's very difficult to know at this moment what the end year savings may be for those years. That's why we didn't make any projections about end year saving commitments for those years. We do believe with a reduction of Tier 2 services over the next several years, that will help bring cost savings. as well as the consolidation of some school-based budgets. Our school-based budgets have dollars associated with literacy and reading, and we can see those budgets slowly reducing over the next several years as this new curriculum is coming into play, and perhaps eliminating the need for those supplies and materials.
So if I could follow it up then, so I understand you can't predict savings. With this being such a high priority, why isn't it being allocated operating funds in years 2, 3, and 4?
I think for us, I think I can answer two ways. I think first, we don't quite know even yet. We haven't started the budget process for FY24 to sort of even know what the financial outlook will look like. I think that's one piece at play here. It's difficult for us to predict. I think that the second thing is that we really appreciate the opportunity to be in this space and in this room tonight. I know there's some towns who haven't included schools in the conversations, and we know that there's others who have. And we appreciate it, or not surprised that the town of Reading believes that the school should be here and play a part in where ARPA funds are allocated. So we felt that our job was to go out and look for what's our big priority that we think with one-time spending, not adding additional roles, that doesn't create a cliff for us, that would have a really transformational impact on our kids. So we felt like that was our task to come back with with that. We're hopeful that thinking about the alignment between what we're asking for and the guidelines of ARPA around research-based practices, closing academic gaps. We also know that Tier 1 curriculum is the best way to do that, so we thought that this ask also aligned closely with what the guidelines and the intent of ARPA funding is. So I share that to say the twofold, just difficult to predict where we're going to be. And secondly, we think that this presents an opportunity that we haven't just had sort of in previous years as well.
So we're kind of getting toward it, but we're not hitting it directly. Where you're viewing this as the highest priority, basically, for the school department going forward, it would make sense to me that the operating budget would have an allocation for it. And if, for example, going through the process, you get a certain amount of money, but not the entire amount of money, it would demand that you do that. So I'm just trying to understand, I understand saying, here's the whole kind of kit and caboodle, but I would hope that there are a variety of potential funding sources for it, with ARPA being one of them. And those funding sources could be additional grants. In fact, I don't know if you can even apply for that DESI grant again, maybe not, if there are other grants that are possible. Given kind of the transformational nature you're talking about, I would hope that they would consider that. We have talked as a town a little bit about where we are with free cash, and where there was a curriculum ask, I think 7 years ago, plus or minus, that's the mechanism that was chosen to fund it, was to come back to town meeting and to say, here's what we'd like to do, and it's above and beyond budget. Can you please help us out with this? And I went through FinCom, went through the whole process that way. I guess what this is building to is that I think we as a group have an expectation that we'd see kind of a 1 year sort of activity, more similar to what you talked about in the 433 kind of number, and that it would kind of take place in a short time frame, a year or two or whatever that turns out to be at the end. And I think that was the expectation, and I can tell you from a select board point of view, in our agenda, that was certainly the expectation also. In asking for kind of everything all at once, it's great to see it, but it doesn't give us the opportunity to kind of think about it in the context of other potential priorities that we want to go through. And so while I don't doubt that this is a great and important thing that we need to do, we all know that we have a lot of those. And we need to go through and figure out what can happen. So one of the things I'd hope that we could do maybe is to look through this a little bit and figure out what are some other potential funding sources for this. I know the commitment to moving forward, it'd be lovely to have it all done. But I don't know that that's the situation. And I think it's important to say, if the request is 2 and you don't get 2, what happens? If you get 433, would you still do the program and count on pursuing it in other ways and talking to town meeting, which probably would be an important part, as well as seeking other sources? How do we view that? I think that will help the community understand kind of where it fits and how it fits, and if this is the highest priority, which I hear, let's figure out how to make it that. And ARPA is $7.5 million total for the entire community. There's not an allocation that's been made that says, hey, figure out how to spend X or spend Y. There's been a discussion of, hey, how do we think about this? Where do we make things fit, and how much can we put into certain areas? So I'm encouraging that the discussion is bigger and broader, which I hope is consistent with what you and I talked about the other day.
It is. Jackie, do you mind putting up just the slide with the kind of the 4-year plan? Thank you. So definitely I think a reasonable and thoughtful kind of response around what would we do in certain scenarios, things like that. My initial response would be, I have a hard time as the superintendent saying to the staff and saying to families, we have funding to do a curriculum for 1 year, 2 years, and then trust me, I'm going to find some other funding sources to piece this together. The drawback of not having it all up front is that we've rolled out a curriculum in 1 year, grades K through 5. We have no funding for the digital licenses moving forward, no funding to replace books moving forward, and no funding for the ongoing PD for our principals and teachers that's going to move the needle. That's the drawback. So if this were a situation where we were asking for a couple $100,000 for this, a couple hundred for that, a couple hundred for that, I would think that approach would make more sense. I think what I have a hard time with is saying we have funding for year 1 and then hoping that we can get creative and piece it for year 2 and beyond. Now, you bring up an interesting point with other funding sources. I think we have shown, and I think I'll kind of go off of the previous administration who helped us out with this, have been really good financial stewards, I believe, at the district over the years in terms of just how sort of end of year savings have been used as well, and to turn that into free cash. And I think that our administration holds a similar sort of approach, that we plan to be really good financial stewards with any money that sort of our funds that are supporting our ongoing work. We will be fighting really hard in year 2 for an accelerating literacy grant. We reached out to DESE already. They said we can't make promises. We know the demand is there. The demand's increasing, so we're hopeful. Any money we can allocate in our operating budget, we will be thoughtful about. Any money we're sort of saving, we will be thoughtful about. I think that the previous administration has set the precedent of being good financial stewards, and I think that that's something that we've shown this year. With that said, so if we had extra money, we would be willing to think creatively of what happens with the money. I have a hard time thinking about moving forward the curriculum process if we don't have a commitment that we're going to be able to live this out in full. So that's what I'm sort of grappling with. I wish it was simpler to be able to come to say we just need the 433, but I'm not quite sure that gives me enough confidence for me to be able to stand in front of our staff, our families, and our students and say that we're going to be able to roll this out in the way that we need to.
So I'll close, because sorry for holding the whole thing. So I think my biggest concern is that this is due to timing of working things through and a few other things all coming at us en masse like a freight train, and asking for a substantial commitment in what hasn't yet been a very public process. And not public process here, we're at a meeting, but to kind of expect everyone to digest everything, ask all their questions, get all the answers, and vote, I think is a big burden. And just to be even clearer as it relates to the select board, the expectation was for a number in the hundreds of thousands of dollars that was time sensitive. And in taking it kind of to the next level, I'm just not comfortable that people who've had enough time to think about it, to hear about it. I can tell you that my phone rang quite a bit today from many residents expressing concerns. And I know that in a more time-allowed process, you'd be able to talk that through and hear it and go through it. And I just am feeling that we're very rushed. We're being forced into a position that's not appropriate for a large expenditure. Large meaning kind of in this couple of $1 billion range. And that's why I'm pushing more on some of the things that I appreciate. This is what the cost may look like, but there may be other sources that need to be looked at. And just one last comment. I think that I would hope that you folks don't just look for savings from the budget that you could put toward this, but rather very proactively say, we're going to make this happen. We're going to allocate budget dollars to it. Not savings, budget dollars, and indicate part of the commitment for that. And in that way, kind of, it would end up reducing the ask for additional funds, and to me, kind of demonstrate the commitment to the program.
Okay, Mr. Wise had a question.
You might have
You
missed
want
it.
to
Oh,
answer
I'm
first?
sorry, was there a response?
Oh, so, I hear you, and I think Mark and I've had good conversation sort of about that, and I definitely appreciate that stance of just the, the speed of this and sort of the, how it's come so quickly. I know while many of us have been talking about schools, I know that not everyone in this room has sort of been in those conversations for a long period of time. I hear you on that, right? And I do want to also share sort of the other side of, from my perspective of, I get a lot of calls from parents who this has been their story that their child is not having success, right? I hear walking into schools and I see the data lived out every day that we have kids who are behind, right? So we may have people who feel that this process is too fast, and I hear that. I also have families, students, and staff saying the process has been too slow for years, right? And this is the chance for us to do something, finally with an opportunity to be able to get the curriculum in place that we could. I'm not saying it's not without risks, and I'm not saying it's not without sort of that, with the whole process, and I totally respect where you're coming from with that. I also just want to add on the other layer of urgency from the constituencies that we serve on a daily basis is real. And those, like when I speak for that urgency, it's not to try to bypass others or to try to, not be collaborative. It's to try to respond to what we see as an opportunity and to make sure that that's in response to what we're seeing on a daily basis as the need. So I just wanted to add that piece as well. Dominic.
Yeah, I want to kind of respond a little bit too and think it through a little bit. First, Mark, thank you for sharing your thoughts and feedback. I think you sort of spoke for this board out of turn to a degree in the way you said what you said, where we collectively as this board were expecting only one thing. I don't know that that's necessarily true. That might be what you were expecting, but I don't think that that's what we as a collective were expecting. In fact, back in April, when Dr. Milczewski came and talked about the school committee, we actually talked about that we're going to look at this as a full picture. What is it going to cost to implement this as a full picture? Far too often, and we heard this loud and clear from Principal Joanne King on Monday, we have not invested properly to roll out a curriculum. We've taken a one-year slot at it and shot at it and tried to, by hook or by crook, implement it with half-time, quarter-time, 10th-time resources that leads to the outcomes that we're seeing now. Because we haven't taken a strategic look at it appropriately. We are now, under the leadership of this team, under the leadership of the 20-plus teachers that were part of the LLT and principals that were part of the LLT, looking at this in a very strategic fashion. The ARPA money from a Reading perspective should be used in a very strategic fashion, in my opinion. In a fashion that can use to change the game for a great majority of kids in our schools and for a great majority of teachers in our schools. What should not be underscored is how much time teachers spend trying to find materials with the current programs. A ton of time is spent and wasted rather than how am I going to teach the materials to my kids? I have to find materials first and then figure out how I'm going to teach it to my kids. This program solves that problem. This program solves the PD problem. This program and the way the team is planning to implement it shows it in a very strategic fashion, rolling it out over a 4-year period that hits every single one of our grades at K through 5. What hasn't been talked about this program, and what we're not asking for now, is it actually goes all the way through 12th grade. But we're not asking about that now. That's another conversation for the day. 6 through 8 could be the next phase. 9 through 12 could be the next phase, if we decide we need to. That's the beauty of this program as well, is it does that. This program is preeminent with regards to where it stands in the industry. It has some of the foremost researchers from a reading perspective at its foundation that know what it's doing. Marianne Wolf and David Kilpatrick, you can't get better than that. And they're the foremost, they know what they're talking about. They know what it takes to help literally train the brain of a child how to read, regardless of what their background is, regardless of their economic status. if we look at some of those numbers on one of the previous slides, we should be ashamed of the outcomes that some of our students are seeing. And that's why we're here so urgently pushing what we're pushing. Now, to one of the things that you said, Mark, about, is this your number one priority? You should be pushing for it in your budgets. I think that's a fair question, and it's something we certainly need to be thinking about and are thinking about. We've been talking about it for, quite frankly, some of us for years, right? And this team for the last 9 months, 10 months, 12 months. It is something that's out there, but you know this as well. There's a lot that's out there from a strategy perspective for the schools that we need to address. There's a lot of staffing challenges that we're going to run into next year with regards to ESSER that we have to address. We cannot let those just fall off on the table because the need is not going to change for our kids. There's other curriculum tools we have to address as well with regards to social emotional well-being in our high school and other places, and our elementary school that's going to be coming up. That need's not going to change. The needs are huge. This addresses one of our core needs and puts it to bed. We could be spending cycles upon cycles upon cycles for the next 3 or 4 years, arguing for the next 700,000, the next 400,000, next 200,000, and trying to figure out how best to do it. Or we can say, this was the right decision Reading made now. It's fixing a problem that has been in existence for the last 8 years, and we're strategically rolling it out. We're training our teachers, we're training our principals, and they know what they need to do to implement this over that 4-year period. And they don't have to worry about it, right? They don't have to sit there and go back to the table and say, really, please, sir, give me another 700,000. And because of that, or if you won't, then I have to cut this staff over here. That's not what we want to do. This is where ARPA is so strategically important, that we look at it from a holistic big picture. What is the strategy? I think it's very important they put obligate in here, right? One of the things that, and Susan and, Sarah and Dr. Milichowski said as well, we can obligate that 200 million, that 2 million, pardon me, that 2 million over the next 4 years. And if we get a grant, we can remove it from the obligation and give it back. And we will be fighting for it, and they've already talked about the fact that they are fighting for it. But that would then come back and say, okay, now what's the next thing on the ARPA priority list that you want to do with that 200,000 that we got if we got another 200,000 grant? But that does, what we do by putting the 2 million now is saying, we trust that you're going to work your work because you do it and you do it all the time. We just don't want you to have this burden of trying to go back and figuring it out all the time. What's the next thing? What's the next thing? Rest. Teachers, administrators, you have worked your rear ends off for the last 2 years trying to figure out how to keep schools open for our kids. Rest in the knowledge that we have the right curriculum for you, we have the right training for you, and we've strategically invested in it as a town. And I think we have to really look at it strategically. This is not a one-time ask, this is a strategic ask, but it happens to be a one-time, time-controlled ask. We're not hiring staff with this. That's a huge, huge thing here, right? The curriculum that's coming from the tool, the PD coming from the publisher, brings coaches with it. We don't have to hire them. That's a big, big difference, right? This is a one-time, as Sean likes to say, time-controlled or time-bound, time-limited spend that fits perfectly into the original definition and the final definition of ARPA. If we had not gone and said we're going to just spend it, we're fit the $10 million bucket, so we're going to take it as basically free cash. To that end, anything else that falls out of ARPA because this goes in the 2 million can certainly go through all those other conversations as well. We did back off some of the rest of our asks. We backed off our high school related asks. We backed off other things because we put this forward. We may, for some of those asks, go to town meeting, or we may go to the FinCom for free cash and say we want this one-time thing, or we may do, a community priority with Fidel to say this one thing needs to be funded that way. But this is the one ask that is the most important strategic ask that will hit every one of our kids. And we're starting in 3 through 5 on purpose. They didn't actually talk about that. 3 through 5 is starting on purpose because our first and second graders had the worst impact from COVID, and their foundational skills are what need to be addressed. 3 through 5 will help in that process. In the meantime, our K1 and 2, with the Haggerty training that's been going on this year, can continue to build their skills so when it comes to them next year, they won't be as far behind. It was a very strategic thought process the team put in place with a ton of experts in the room. People have told me too long, for a long time, Tom, you get too involved, let the experts do the work. They did the work, and I'm here to support it 100%.
Can I respond briefly?
Okay, and then I'll see if anyone at this end has.
Yeah, apologies. I think, not questioning the strategy and appreciate and applaud the strategy. What we're talking about is the funding source.
Yep.
And ARPA is a slug. Grants are a slug. Free cash is potentially a slug. Those all have to be considered in terms of everything we're doing. There are other communities in the town also facing big impacts and potentially big strategic decisions. And one of the reasons why when we kind of formed the committee and started to talk about thinking beyond just ARPA, we knew that we have needs way beyond $7.5 million, way beyond. And we could either just kind of say, okay, let's figure out how to divvy the 7.5, or we could also say, hey, there really are some things we need to do, and they're going to amount to more than 7.5, and we need to think about how to fund them. To the extent that ARPA is limited, which it is, we're always going to have to go through some priorities. At the end of the day, the select board is charged with figuring out what that's going to be. That's the way that this process has been set up. RAC is here to advise, to offer some guidance and assistance, and my concern is that not all of the different constituencies who are presenting and putting in requests would be on equal footing if we suddenly just say, okay, well, we're just going to take the $2 million and pull it out here. It's not there's no dollar guidelines that were established up front. I know there's that chart, and as I've shared with many, I think perhaps we went too far in setting it up that way. The idea of buckets makes sense. The idea of what you're talking about makes sense. The issue is kind of the funding mechanism, the timing of it, and the ability for this group, other groups, to give it consideration. So I'll leave it there. I'll have other questions for you.
Okay, Chris, and then I guess Andrew.
Thanks, Marianne. So with the school committee budget or whatever scenario that happened this year, I guess, didn't we give money back to the town or something? Or didn't you give money back? And how much was that?
Last year,
Last year.
Yes.
$845,000.
So, and where did the $845,000 go?
Free cash.
Back to the town?
Yes.
So essentially, you gave back half the price of your program that you want here. And now all of a sudden, we're going to have a problem with giving you money back instead? Just doesn't fit with me, I guess. My other thing is, with the exception of Sean, maybe, I think I'm the only one here with kids that are going to actually, with one kid that's going to actually benefit from any of this. And everyone is here arguing for stuff that none of their kids are going to get benefits from, yet you're still here doing it, which is the big priority for in Reading. Is I'd like to think kids, everything that I do, every decision that I make, it just comes down to how I'm going to leave things better off for my girls when I'm not here. That's essentially it. And I'd like to think that everybody else is in Reading that moved here for the kids, for the schools, everything back in the day, all of that, wants to see that kind of succeed. And I've mentioned numerous times that I knew there was a reading issue in Reading with dealing with the first year of the pandemic and having pods and all this stuff, and seeing some kids not being able to read. I was aware that there's that massive difference that exists, and to not fill that gap and fix it, we're going to pay in the long run anyway. So essentially, you want to roll out this program, and then you're going to have to find funding somewhere else. Aren't we just going to pay for that anyway? The money's got to come from somewhere, and it's kind of end up coming from us anyway. So for me, I mean, I'm fully vested in giving the resources that our teachers need, this administration needs. Like I said, until proven otherwise with any of these decisions that you guys are rolling out, I am fully supportive of anything and everything this administration wants to do. I mean, I know that $2 million is a big ask, believe me. I mean, that's like a third of what we have to offer. So I am well aware that the number, it's more of sticker shock, you know what I mean, just to see it like that. But I don't think you can put a dollar figure on our kids. Seeing those numbers in the low 60s, like that, some 25% or something like that. How can we be happy with those kind of numbers in Reading? Why are we here? What's the point? Can I just move to Lexington instead, call it a day? Or do we want to become Lexington or even better? And I think something like this is just going to get us to where we need to be. So, like I said, the number is a big ask. I don't see anything wrong with it. I know I'm biased. I have one child that is going to benefit, but nobody else in this room is going to. And it just seems as if you're just arguing for other kids that aren't even your own to be able to get this benefit. Is there any other communities that already have this program in place? And where, like where are they in the numbers? Or is it too early to tell? Like, how old is this program?
It's a great question. So the program's relatively new in the Massachusetts area. We were able to visit Bourne, Massachusetts. They're in their second year of implementation. We were blown away with what we saw. We saw work in a kindergarten classroom that I literally had seen in a second grade classroom here in Reading. The level and detail of writing that kids are doing and the way that they're thinking about text was pretty amazing and phenomenal. The program has been widely used in other parts of the country, Rhode Island being one state that's had a significant amount of use of the program. And I've had the opportunity to talk to a assistant superintendent in one of the Rhode Island public schools. They were in their third year of implementation. And she just immediately had amazing things to say about that professional development component, and also just the response that they were seeing from their staff and students. They were very impressed with it. And knowing that the 3 years they've been rolling it out have been in that pandemic context. Another thing that they said about this publisher is the publisher pivoted immediately and moved their resources online and digital components that hadn't existed before much faster than other programs. So we're working with a really responsive publisher that's going to continue to update and be able to meet the demands of like a really changing world that we're living in.
Thank you for that. I think the other thing that should be mentioned is with the Killam School end up coming on the horizon and whatnot, to go to town meeting to ask them for this kind of money and then ask for that, it just seems like a hard sell, and you're going to be picking between kids. It just, you know, I've said enough. I think the number is a big ask, but I mean, if it isn't for our kids and for the benefit of all of Reading, because in the long run, if we can keep these costs down, because we don't have to have people put into other special outsourced programs and all that, I mean, you can just scale it out. If we can become a top 10 safe community, top 10 for schools and everything, the house values, the way they are, would go through the roof even more. Everybody will end up benefiting in the long run from this. So, like I said, I fully support you guys until I'm proven otherwise. And believe me, if you screw up with $2 million, you will be proving otherwise. So, thank you.
Carla, did you have a question?
Thank you. So if I was the sole decision maker on ARPA funds, I would not have a committee. We already have a budget structure and a split in this town, and I would have split it. I would have allowed the schools as the experts to prioritize their portion of the money, which would have been $4 million. And I would have asked, and I would have expected the town to do their outreach and to prioritize their issues. Can I ask the committee, out of this pandemic, what group was most affected negatively by it? One word answers?
It's kids and seniors.
Yeah, students, right?
Kids, schools?
And seniors.
I believe the priority, the most affected group were kids. And because I work in the senior arena, I've seen the effects of our seniors. And I think that we as a society did the most damage to those two groups. And this money is here to help those two groups. I'm going to push back on you, Mark. because I kind of, I'm going to push back on you on the comment of, if it's our priority, why isn't it in our budget? If it's our priority, why aren't we, why isn't it a bigger priority? This is our priority. And we've proved it by the two groups of teachers and administrators that, and reading specialists who have done a ton of work over a very short amount of time to push this forward. I give kudos to our staff for not putting out a value of $433,000 for the first year, because it leaves people high and dry. This is the perfect example of what ARPA should be used for. The perfect example. I understand that as a committee, you want things to kind of trickle in slowly so you can make very thoughtful decisions, and I get that. The schools get $2 million and we're out of here. Our hand's not going to be out, and you're not going to see us again.
Except for me and Tom.
If it was me, I would have asked for 4, but I'm only one committee member. We're asking for $2 million to make the biggest impact in our district. We just hired a wonderful social justice director, and if she sees those equity issues up there, she's going to be falling apart. We as a town need to, you guys need to pass this, the select board needs to pass this, because we need this for our kids, for all of our kids, whether it's COVID related, because we know we did not have the right curriculum in place. COVID added that extra layer. The stress level, the anxiety of our kids in our system, I could go into much detail. A lot of that, or some of that, revolves around our reading curriculum and programming. From a big picture, it's your job to make a decision. We'll be out of your hair after this decision if you pass it along. This is the right decision for our kids. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Dr. Cora?
So I'd like to thank those of you that came and presented, and I'm really excited that the teachers have been so involved and are so excited about the program. I have a couple of questions on the numbers and how that breaks out in the different years. I'm looking at like year 4 here, where it's digital licensing and material replenishment, and I don't understand how that's going to be, why it's 300,000 that year, but then only 43 to maybe 150 in year 5, since I expect, the digital licensing, it's, you have to renew every year. It'll be the same material replenishment, on an ongoing basis. So I would expect to see, front loading, that it would be more expensive in the early years for the professional development, but then I don't understand year 4. And then also on the material stuff, the ongoing costs, are there any savings that we see from discontinuing the current reading program that we would expect to see, that we could record as a savings?
I think I can answer that. So in year 4, kindergarten through grade 2 will only be in year 3, because they are going to start the implementation a year later. So actually, I apologize, the slide should have read for K to 2, that it would be professional development, digital licensing, and material replenishment. So there will still be those final, 8 or so professional development days per school, and another 10 for our building leaders at that point. So that 4th year is kind of the last big number, because it still is the 3rd year of rollout for K to 2. Does that make sense?
I'm looking like at 3 to 5. Should you also have PD for the first 3 years?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing a big drop between year 2 and year 3 in the K to, in 3 to 5 total number for the year, right? 166 to 165.
Yeah. So in years 2 and 3, the PD cost, because it's overlapping, will cover kind of K through 5. And so we did our best job there just to split it out for you to give you a sense that we're kind of at different levels with the different groups. The replenishment, though, will happen each year. And what we've estimated for the ongoing cost is based on kind of like our estimates going into this work. Obviously, as we're implementing the program, we're going to keep a close eye on the materials that we do need to replenish, and also any of the consumables that we may want to purchase. But until we've implemented for the first couple of years, we know that the books are going to be well loved. They're going to be going home. Students are going to bring them home with them. So depending on, how much use they get will really impact what that rate is.
And regarding the current program expenses?
So we do anticipate that there would be some savings. One of the flaws with our current program right now is there's really no ongoing purchase. The purchase that was made, the initial purchase for teachers' materials and a limited number of student books, was kind of a one-time cost. When we move on to K to 2, there may be some savings from the phonics program that we're using, Foundations, but we estimate that to be a minor amount that we're purchasing every year, something around $5,000 to buy consumables, and occasionally, maybe every 3 or 4 years, we make a slightly larger purchase to buy like the letter tiles and things that tend to get lost in the elementary classrooms.
Let's get the digital licensing programs possible.
Yeah.
We talked to, Sarah and I've talked about digital, online programs for books too. So there's some programs that just a handful of staff are using. So we'll have to evaluate too, is it worth it to invest, say, $12,000 in a program that only, a handful of staff are using? So I think we're looking at those sort of programs now to think if there's some money we may be able to save, depending on the quality of what the online sort of digital, opportunities may look like for students too.
Okay, Sean?
Thanks, Marianne. I'll try to be quick here. So first, I want to ditto everything Tom said. I think he hit on about 8 of the 11 things I wanted to say. So I've just got 3 more that maybe I'll pile on quickly. One, Mark, you talked about sort of the public nature of the process or the lacking public nature of the process. I do have to push back on that. I mean, Tom hit on it a little bit, but we've been talking about this in our meetings for years. We very publicly, back in the fall, very publicly and tenaciously had a strong disagreement about how to approach this work, but we were in lockstep at that time about the importance of improving our reading curriculum, improving our literacy instruction, as that being one of the core, one of the core needs for our school district. I came into this process, as ARPA process, hoping that there might be a path towards us accelerating that path to full-day kindergarten that we've started laying out. And I gotta, I'll tell everybody here, and I'll tell anybody who might be watching at home, I'm 100% in support of this being a higher priority than accelerating that transition to full-day kindergarten. It is important. This is more important. And I'm really struggling to wrap my head around us coming to a place where, knowing how deficient our existing curriculum is, knowing how egregious the gaps are for particular subgroups in particular, that we would let another year go by for 2,000 or so kids with an insufficient literacy curriculum. So, I understand that this is not this didn't play out ideally in terms of the process and the pace and that sort of thing, but we sort of are where we are at this point. I think in terms of Mark, a lot of the points you made I think are really fair in terms of the intent here was always to sort of have it be an opportunity to get community input and to, do some sort of ranking of all different priorities and to understand things that might be a good fit for ARPA and things that might be pursued elsewhere. I think maybe the way to think about this at this point is, and other folks have alluded to this, is, we're in a position where we really need ARPA for at this point is almost a backstop, right? I don't think it's going to preclude us from pursuing the grants. It's not going to preclude us from thinking about, how an approach to FinCom to start sort of loosening the, FinCom, if you're listening, loosening the reins a little bit on free cash, right? I don't think it's going to preclude any of those things. And so we may get to the end of this and we haven't spent $2 million of ARPA. Tom made that point, I think, about it being obligated, not spent, and that sort of thing. So, I think that certainly is, should be part of the consideration. But knowing what we know about the deficiency of our current program, knowing what we know about how certain subgroups are having such poor outcomes, I'm really struggling to wrap my head around sitting back for another year and letting 2,000 kids have another year of insufficient reading instruction, because we're sort of tied up in the things that take a long time in a town, you know, they just do. And with this opportunity to, at least if nothing else, you know, get us through next year and then provide a backstop as we pursue some of those other funding options, I think it would give us, you know, the sort of clarity to move forward and be able to address this as quickly as possible. So that would be my suggestion.
Okay, Andrew?
So reiterating a lot of what's been said, I absolutely do think kids were one of the most impacted groups from COVID, and so to say that we're going to sort of put off, especially with the split that we usually give to the schools, to get to the $2 million is definitely less than their sort of normal share of a budget item. I think that's, you know, an entirely reasonable ask, and it's the most totally appropriate use of COVID funds is to hit one of the groups that was most impacted by COVID. The timing may not be perfect, but I think if it's really $2 million is their only ask and that's it, I have no problem with that whatsoever. I think this is, you know, a great use of the money. It's more COVID related than a lot of other things we're talking about. And if that's the only thing that the schools want, to try and say we're going to put it off because we don't know that we're really going to spend, we don't want to spend this much on the schools yet. We know we want to spend this much on the schools. Sorry, Mark, I hope I'm sort of piling on here, but I just think this is entirely appropriate.
Okay, I think I'm going to speak afterwards too. I think an audience member wanted to come up. Ms. Herrick?
So I just want to thank the committee members again tonight for the work you've done so far and committing to this process. We've heard a lot of good information, and I wanted to thank the staff as well for all of the work and educating us about this program and the need. It's very clear that this is a need in our community. I attended the school committee meeting not 3 weeks ago where it was decided to go ahead with the 433,570 ask, and my head is spinning to be looking at a $2 million ask today. You know, as other members have said, we have a lot of priorities, and this committee's helping us with a very important process of identifying those priorities, hearing from the community, and then making recommendations to the select board. So I'm having a hard time with a 4-year ask at this point. So not that I don't, you know, if our educators think this is the program, that this is what we need, and the school committee agrees, you know, I'm not an educator. I cannot say yes or no, and I'm fully supportive of our schools. I'm having a real concern with spending it all out of ARPA 4 years out. And at the same time, I do trust that you will look for additional funding sources. And in fact, the charge of this committee, if we go back to it, is to look at other funding sources specifically for this problem, so that when priorities came up, that we could help kick off with ARPA, but maybe not fund completely, that you have the authority to be able to suggest for an item A could partially be funded, options, partially funded by this way, partially funded by free cash or whatever it ends up being, scholarship, DESE, additional funds from the state even. So that's where I'm struggling with right now. The competing priorities, the other funding options we have going forward, and I would be excited if this is the right direction for the schools. I would be excited to have the select board vote to allocate some ARPA spending for this, and do it in an urgent time frame, because that's what I heard from your school committee a couple weeks ago, that at least year one it's very urgent, and I heard that message loud and clear. So I'm struggling with the rest of it, but thank you.
Okay, I'm going to just take a moment because I've had some thoughts. One of the things that was mentioned earlier, I believe Mr. Doxer brought it up, but it's also, I may call on Mr. Robinson's memory. Do you remember when we wanted to implement the No Atom program? And that was around the time of the override. And the Reading Public Schools was forced to come back each time. Can we have 150K? Can we have 150K? Can we have it? They had to do it 3 times. Isn't that my recollection correct?
For consumables.
Well, there was consumables, it was rolling, I know there was a pilot of the program for a couple of years. So I think I would be, you know, it's beyond the role of the RAC committee, but I think it would be troubling to start even investing $433,000 in a program and then have it be contingent on, you know, the whim of town meeting if they would give it the money. I mean, I guess it's, go ahead.
Can I just have something to say?
Sure, sure. I'll continue when you're done.
So, thank you. And as like Karen said, thank you for the lively discussion. I guess I take exception to the, and Mark, we're friends, but I take exception to the, and I've heard it at several of these meetings about, well, we can do this if we add free cash. I don't think this committee was established to look at, it's to deal with ARPA funds and not, you know, get into discussions about free cash. That's a town meeting thing. And, but, so, I think we need to stick to, you know, how are we gonna spend the $7.5 million and not talk about ways to supplement other things, utilizing free cash or savings in the budget. That's not what we asked our staff to do. They did tons of work and came up with how to utilize the ARPA funds, not to then go back to the budget to look for ways to save money. It was to come and ask for ARPA funds for that. So I don't think it's fair to ask them to, you know, find ways to save in other areas or find ways to cut things out or find ways or have to go to FinCom for additional free cash or something. So, thank you.
Thank you. So, just continuing on, I don't think it would be even good to appropriate $433K or $450 if it's not gonna go anywhere after that, if they're gonna only get just a start on a program. Another point I wanted to bring out, and I've long been troubled by the MCAS data, is, you know, what does 36% of the kids mean? You know, this year we have 1,718 kids in grades K to 5 per DESI, so that's 620 kids. Those are kids that aren't at grade level, that need this help now. And that's a persistent 620 kids. We're just, I don't want to say pushing through our system, but the numbers aren't getting better. So, you know, even independent, this is not RAC's charge to say, schools, why has this been going on so long? But why has this been going on so long? This has got to be fixed. The other thing is, we've tried to talk about spend to save, and while everyone was speaking, I was trying to pull up I got the most recent budget with the list of out-of-district tuition that we're spending. And that's on an upward trend, and a lot of that, it's not all, you know, there's various reasons. Obviously, it's not all due to language learning disabilities. I think that's one of our largest chunks in addition to students on the spectrum. But it's, for FY23, it's $4.5 million of 12.7%. In FY19, it was 3.4 million, and that doesn't include transportation, which I know is another million on top. So if this is if this kind of a spend is a spend to save, that's important. I had some follow-up questions. I think I've discussed offline with some people, but I think the public should know. So just following up on some aspects of this. How does this, you guys aren't, you're asking for a commitment of the $2 million, but it would be considered encumbered by ARPA? Is Sharon Engstrom on the call? Can I ask how that works?
I have to check to find out if we would be would fund actually be considered the grant in terms of the encumbrance. So I would have to check to be sure. I would think a commitment from you could transfer the money into the general fund and reserve it. I want to double check that would be permissible. with the grant. But I guess we could, if you're committing it, I could say, yeah, it's already got purchased out. I just want to clear that with somebody in the federal government.
Yeah, because one of the questions I had is, and, you know, and this is a little bit in my FinCom hat, if we encumber money, does it show up on the school line item and have to be all spent? How can it be structured to be spent over 4 years the way they want? I know ARPA money has to be encumbered or spent by FY26. So I'm just concerned, I'm not presupposing any vote, but even if they want us to say we would commit 2 million now, how does that work? And
how I'm thinking it would work, but like I said, I want to clear it with somebody. But if you were to commit $2 million, I would bring that $2 million in from the grant into general fund, you know, in 2022, and I would reserve the whole $2 million, and then the amount that's been invested. But I want to be sure I'm allowed to do it. Like they say, you know, encumbered, admitted by the select, but I feel like that's the same thing. I just want to be sure that they understand that, or that they would agree that that's the same thing. Encumbered is typically sign a contract. You have a contract with a, you know, a contractor, or make a commitment to purchase after the date.
right.
Right. Outside, I want to make sure that it's like a contract committed to the department to produce $2 million from this grant that will send out longer than after that date. So I believe it work. I don't know for sure. So I didn't know that this was the plan that we were going to ask for you tonight. So I didn't do any checking, but I would definitely.
Yeah. Because that's one of the questions is, how does this work when you approached Art Corps? We know that, okay, you need to spend a certain amount of money and have product in hand to get the DESI grant, but you would not be signing a contract right now committing to 4 years with Art Corps. Can someone tell me how that would work? If we said yes, like say if we said yes to 433, or if we said yes to 2 million, like what are the next steps at the school end? I mean, and of course it has to go through select board, so I'm not skipping that step, guys. I'm just asking the flow.
In terms of the purchase of the digital licenses, PD, and materials, we would enter into those contracts every year. But we would need to commit to this program so that we could gain the cost savings and the quotes that have been provided to us by the vendor.
So the quotes were based on, you're going to do this for 4 years?
Correct.
And
a fifth year, the steady state fifth year.
Okay. Okay. One other question, I mean, I think someone had a question about it's being used elsewhere and there's improvements elsewhere. Hold on. So is there an example district that has seen improvement that anyone can tell me about, and just that this is we're going to see this kind of value here?
That's a great question. I think right now with the relative newness of the program, most of the results are anecdotal, but they're very strong. We recently learned from the publisher they're actually undertaking a study in the Providence Public Schools right now. So they will have a research-based study, which is very common for publishers to do, that they would like to secure kind of some more official, evidence-based research. I can tell you that the methods behind this program are evidence-based and that studies support those, and that when students are instructed in reading and writing using these methods, that there are numerous studies that show that students accelerate in their learning and that they meet with success. The other piece too, I know I mentioned when we went to Bourne what we saw. Bourne is only in their second year of implementation, and their first year they implemented K-2, and now they're rolling out into their upper elementary. And so they didn't have standardized test results for the group that had interacted with the program last year, but they said that this year they noticed a really great improvement, especially for kids that were seeing the program for the second time around, but that there were noticeable differences. And the other piece of it too is that this program has an embedded assessment system that links right back to the skills outlined in the standards. So we actually are going to be able to measure the progress of our students in a way right now that we currently can't. And so we're going to be able to actually, be able to continually take a look at how each individual student is doing, monitor implementation, and adjust where necessary. I think that's one of the biggest strengths of this program, because we all know that the more you know your students, the more you understand their learning profile, the better success they're going to have.
Okay. Thank you. And I think it's, I kind of tend to follow Mr. Grimes' line of thinking that this was probably what, this is what ARPA money was for, and if this is really all the schools want and this is where we were shooting for, it seems fair, but I think I share with Mr. Doxer that there was some sticker shock because I've seen the cost of other programs in the past, and I was even trying to look up, okay, what did we pay for Lucy Culkins? Because I can't find that. I know that Joshua Eaton started using it in around 2017, and maybe they had 1 year of good data, but I think it was targeting specific issues there. So it's hard to hear, sometimes as a parent, you think, okay, what's the curriculum that's the next great thing, and every 5 years they want something new. But at the same token, I've followed the data ever since I was on the Joshua Eaton Task Force, just even in our district, and I've wondered why, okay, we've just ignored the 1/3 of students that are always behind. And just, I don't know if you've ever looked at Bourne's data, but Bourne is like half of ours. They have 70% of kids not at grade level, so they would expect to see some I was just looking it up, they should see some amazing changes there, hopefully. Does anyone else here have a follow-up? Yes, Mr. Doxer.
Thank you. So thanks, folks, for the questions, responses, et cetera. So a couple of things, maybe if I could just kind of go in order. So Chris, to your comment on regeneration. So each year, we end up regenerating $1.5 million plus or minus. So the town side is returning kind of an equal amount, and it all goes into free cash, which is one of the reasons why it's important for us to be thinking about free cash also. To Mr. Robinson, the charter states under purpose, the committee shall gather input from its members and the broader community and shall consider in forming its recommendations inputs such as free cash balances, current and future planned debt, the capital plan, and potential additional ARPA grants as may be available from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the charter, in our charter. Consider, we can't use it, it's not in our power. But if we don't consider it, we can't talk it through. And my point is that we need to be considering it. RAC has set up, we've been setting up a process, and we've kind of asked everyone to kind of work with us on the process, and kind of the sticker shock we're talking about is a request to not do that. So that was my concern there. I have a real concern when I'm hearing comments about it shouldn't be impacting, it shouldn't be part of the operating budget. I guess I view that completely differently. It needs to be part of your operating budget. If this is a crucial core activity, there should be money allocated toward it in the operating budget. I can't see that it would be completely outside of that. Andrew, discussion. So kids most impacted, seniors very impacted also. And I think we're going to hear a presentation from Elder Services next, which is really important. And it may be that this group.
Sorry, I tried to say one of the most.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to pin it. Just I think that maybe we need to be thinking about that in terms of how we're thinking about allocating the $7.5 million that we do have here. I and others have been getting phone calls about other priorities in the town, including fields, including floors, including a variety of other things. Without going completely out of my lane, I keep hearing MCAS, and I know that everyone's been having plenty of discussion about whether or not that's the be-all and end-all, but I'm going to steer clear of that. Question, are the prices locked in? The prices you quoted here, are they guaranteed?
You mean, will the year 2 cost be exactly this?
3 and 4 as well?
Yeah, 3 and 4 as well.
And
No,
5.
they're not currently locked in. This is the estimate from the publisher as of today.
So I don't want to take up lots and lots of committee time. I still have other questions that I think are worth pursuing. Again, I really appreciate what's coming in, and I'm not questioning whether or not, this is the right strategy. That's the staff as the experts to come in and school committee recommendation. But we're deciding kind of what to do with a particular amount of money and how to spend it and how all that fits. So I'll leave it at that for now.
You go ahead, Mr. Rose.
Really quick follow-up, I would just sort of say, maybe the 433 is enough to get us through, getting it started, but I would encourage this, I know the select board is the ones who get to vote on how much gets allocated to the schools, based on this request. I would encourage them to at least look at the first 2 years, which is the bulk of the implementation. I think 1.3 million would get you through really being able to commit to implementing this and getting it on board. And on the comment about if it's that important that it should be built into your budget, I think we could say that about all of this. I mean, we don't like what happened to the rates in water, and so we're going to consider throwing some money at that. That's completely just a random thought on ours. It's like, ooh, rates went up. Let's throw some money at it. We have some money, let's do something about it. We should run the water department so it has reasonable rates all the time. I mean, you could make that argument if it's all the things we're going to talk about are top priorities that really should be built into the budgets, and we're going to try and we would have done them all over time. We have this slug of money, so we're going to accelerate them, but they're all equally a priority, and they should all be in our regular budgets. We're just getting lucky now. We're getting to do some stuff ahead of schedule.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Chris.
Thanks, Marion. So how long do we plan on keeping this program for? I mean, is there a way to forecast that? I know it's a minimum of 5 years at this point. You're not going to be back in 5 years saying that we want the Chris Haley educational reading program or something at that point. Like, what is your reasonable expectation on how long that this would go for?
That's a great question. And yes, as you kind of allude to, predicting or seeing the future is not something we can definitely commit to. However, I can say that one of the things that makes this a program that I believe we can stick with for the long haul is what I mentioned a little bit before, that the publisher continues to adapt. One of the things with purchasing the digital licenses that it affords us is every time there's an update to the program, in fact, the program we're purchasing right now has had a major update in regards to how phonics is taught, because they've taken even just the tiniest feedback from ed reports to improve it. So I believe this is a program that will grow with us because if there are shifts in educational research or shifts, when they conduct this research study, if they discover that there are things they can do better, the publisher will continue to shift and grow. And so that to me gives me faith in the publisher. Some of the big publishers, they will just abandon a program and start a brand new one. I've had that happen in other districts. So I feel like ArtCore is also the type of publisher we want to work with because it does promise that there could be some longevity, as best we can say.
I think absolutely, and I agree with Sarah. And I want to add one other piece too. Is so we're banking on, part of us is the confidence in the program. The second piece is that banking on what research says about reading. So I think something we hear a lot is people say, well, there's new research around how we learn how to read, new research around how the brain learns to read. And I think we are intentional about using the word like elevated research that's coming to that new learnings around this, and myself included, right? I think I, along with Dr. Hardy, have been very vocal in our own journey in understanding this research. This research has been around for a long time, and I think now it's starting to gain traction. So we're confident that we're not just banking on a high quality program, we're banking on also the research behind it that's been around for a long time around how students learn how to read. Yes, that may, evolve, we may learn more, but I have a hard time believing that the foundational pieces of how the brain works are going to make significant shifts that will force us to invest in the Chris Haley literacy curriculum in 5 years.
So you've definitely, obviously, done your research as well as everybody else. Like, to me, to know anything about this beyond just seeing numbers and the school committee approving it and whatnot, it just seems as if you've done the research and you just didn't go and pick the highest priced program and just say that one has to work because it's the most expensive. So as long as you've done your due diligence and you think this is the best result for all the students in Reading, I think it makes sense.
The last thing I'll add to that is I think the ed reports in Curate are really encouraging when you see the data. We're up there when ed reports how the program is rated. But also for us, what was really encouraging is how the teachers on the LLT rated the program across those 5 criteria. I was blown away and shocked that there was consensus across all 5 of the sort of indicators that was the top program out of 3 really good programs that we looked at. So while again, I feel confident in sort of the ed reports rating, I feel even more confident knowing that the teachers say, this is the one for us. And to have that shared sort of agreement from all of the members of the LLT who represent all of our grade levels, all of our schools, and a lot of our top educators.
Thank you.
One question I had, what were the, I guess, because we don't really know what things cost, what were the costs of the other programs? Were they comparable to this? Not that we're saying to switch, just so we know.
Yeah,
what
so
programs
that's a
cost.
great question, and we did want to look at that also, because the comparison is important. Cost is another factor. And what we looked at were all of the components that ARC Core offers, because this is what we believe would
Right,
be
so
the
what were
best
the equivalent,
implementation.
comparable
Yeah, so
package?
when we looked at the curricular materials, books and print materials, digital licenses, and then we embedded really minimal costs for what we consider we'd have to hire coaches to come in and do that work. And then also ARC comes with so many books, like 700 books per classroom. Some of the other programs only come with 100, 200, if that. So we'd have to invest in some content-based classroom libraries for the knowledge building that is required. The program estimate that I did out for like our kind of second runner-up program was just over $2 million to purchase all of those things. And that was really with conservative costs as to what it would be to hire coaches and to fund classroom libraries.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a hard number, but it is what it is with
It is,
getting
and
curriculum, I guess.
yeah, and because of the components that are going along with this, we aren't just purchasing the books and the teacher's guides and handing them to our teachers. We're investing in our educators as well, which I think also speaks to your question, Chris, of the sustainability of this program. We won't lose that investment in our educators. Part of the final year of professional development with ARC Core is also a train-the-trainer model, which I discovered in another conversation I had with them this week. That's sustainability for us. So as new teachers come in, we have a plan in place to make sure that they're brought on board and that they're coming into their classrooms prepared to teach the program.
Mr. Robinson? Yeah.
I can talk loud enough. I think that also to that point is the indirect costs. So with buying this program, you're getting all of the stuff that Dr. Hardy said we would have to do. You hire the coaches, that's all indirect time and expense that you really
In a
can't-
tight labor market, trying to hire,
I mean,
yeah.
that it could be much higher than 2 million by the time you're done.
Okay. What, go ahead, Mr. Doxer.
I wonder, 2 things. One, I'd love to just see if there are folks online that might have questions, but I'm wondering, can you talk a little bit more on the time sensitivity of things? So in other words, to get the $200,000 grant, what would have to happen when?
Great question. So the $200,000, the grant, is it July 1st we have to have the materials, or June 30th? June 30th. So we have to have the materials in hand by June 30th. Now, working with publishers, right, publishers say it would take about 6 weeks to be safe to make sure that we get the materials in hand. So if you have the calendar and you back up, we're right around sort of right now. We have put in a tentative order so they're able to start to be able to get materials in place. So that signals for us when we are committing to getting this is for 3rd grade, committing to those materials, sort of this is the program we're choosing and we're in. In the rollout for next year, which would include 3, 4, 5, it would also require us to have the $433,570 for us to get all of the things that we need to get year 1 sort of off the ground and running.
So you need 433,570, like, in the next 2 weeks?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the challenge is the only part that we need, I guess the 6 weeks only really applies to the DESE grant. So we could get 3rd grade materials a couple weeks ahead of other materials. The challenge is with delays in publisher, with materials, what we don't want is to delay, and then all of a sudden we can't train staff this spring, we can't train staff all the summer, and then we sort of already are behind the 8 ball. So there is a little bit more time sensitivity with the 200,000 because it's tied to that grant, but it also, that 433 is pretty time sensitive too, ensuring that we also have the rest of the materials and not just sort of pieces of the puzzle of what we need. And again, I don't think I need to go into the second half of why we also feel we're asking for the 2 million in the commitment. I think that point's, we've discussed that.
Did you have any other questions?
Just if there are anybody
All right.
online or.
Jackie, is there any final questions online?
Nobody has
before-
their hand up.
I'm sorry?
Nobody has their hand up.
Nobody has their hand up? Okay, so it sounds like we are ready to have a motion.
Do you have one written, or do you have
I
one on the
started
floor?
drafting one. I could accept one. I've never done this before, and
I can offer one, Mary Ann.
you want to offer one?
Please. I move that the RAC recommend the Select Board allocate $2 million for the Reading Public Schools to invest in literacy curriculum.
Second.
Okay, did you have a question?
Discussion.
Discussion, okay.
I have discussion.
Go ahead.
So, I still have a number of questions, and I am not comfortable moving ahead at $2 million. I would like to have a little bit more time. I appreciate the 433 needed to get to year one, and the understanding of a kind of understanding. But I think that I don't have enough information. I don't know that all of we do, but that's up to people here. And the same thing for the select board. We have enough information to do that. So I'm comfortable in kind of moving ahead with what I thought was going to be coming forward, which was a more modest number than that 433 range, as a recommended starting point with kind of the opportunity for this group and the select board, obviously, to decide about more. So I with the motion being at 2 million, I just wanted to bring that up as a discussion point. So my plan is to not vote for 2 million. I would be very interested in seeing the 433, even if it had kind of an understanding on the back of it to consider additional funds to follow.
Go ahead.
Just to be clear, I think that's, if we don't approve the whole two, or if the select board doesn't approve the whole 2 million, I think it would just roll back into being part of the requests we consider as part of the whole ARPA process.
Possibly, but I think it's worth having the discussion, understanding the discussion, which is the reason I'm bringing it up.
Right.
I have a select board question. So if we voted a certain amount, does the select board have the power to reduce that amount?
Yes.
Or increase it,
Absolutely.
yes.
Or increase it? Okay, so then that's, I think there's options for further discussion. I think we have a time-sensitive need that is very well documented. So it sounds like there's another week in this process because the select board is next week. Are you proposing to amend Sean's motion, or are we leaving it as is?
So I would propose to amend it.
Yep. That's the right process.
Okay, and what are you amending it to?
433,000, sorry, I'm struggling for the last exact number.
570.
570, thank you.
Sean's motion is moved to approve ARPA funding in the amount of 2 million, now amended to 570K?
433,570.
433,570.
So he needs a second, and then we would have to vote the amendment.
Is there a second?
1 second.
Okay, so let's have a
Well, before we do that.
Discussion on the amendment?
discussion, okay, yeah.
No, yeah. Look, I can't support this because I don't know that we're in a place where we would be able to move forward without the backstop of knowing that if we can't make it work through free cash, through additional grants, through operating budget savings, without the backstop of knowing that we've got the full commitment there, I'm not sure we would move forward. I don't think we'd be placing this order next week. So 433 is in some sense as good as 0, unfortunately, I think is what I'm hearing from the administration.
Okay, Chris?
Thanks, Mary Ann. hearing the number 433 when we have 7.25 million or whatever just seems absolutely absurd to me. That is way too low for the kids in this town. After everything they've gone through, that's almost a playground, like, this kind of.
Can I just, to be clear, the 433 that I think Mark is proposing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, is with the idea that that's what's needed to get through next week. But it's not saying that's the end of what the school gets. The school would then, this is supposed to be just a time-sensitive vote, and that then, when we go to give our overall recommendation, it could still include the full 2 million. And I think we've heard a lot of support for the 2 million overall. It's just about whether you take the full 2 million off the top right now, or take a smaller amount now and go for the other 1.5 million as part of the overall big picture 7.5 million allocation. Is that sort of what you're saying, Mark?
Yes, yeah, okay, sorry if I did not line it well.
Just to be clear, this is not, I think this would not be, and the selectmen is still, select board, no matter what we recommend, they have the power to allocate whatever they want this week.
I would like to think that if this board recommended 2 million and then it went to the select board, that's the starting point there, as opposed to the 433 and then going up to 2 just seems like a grave misstep, especially when I believe Sarah was the one that mentioned that they need these materials now to be able to cover the full suite of 3 through 5, as opposed to just 3rd grade. I don't know what the point of just 3rd grade getting the stuff instead of 3 through 5. At least that's what they mentioned.
Okay, Dr. Cohen.
So, thank you, Marianne. So I understand what Sean is saying, and I think I agree with him that 433 is not going to do enough to move this. If we're not happy with going for the full 2 million, and I think I'm inclined to go for the 2 million, but if we want to work on this a little, if I add up just the 3 to 5 pieces, that's, I think, 900,000, maybe rounded up to 1 million. Do we want to vote for 1 million now, and then come back for the next 1 million to do the K-2 piece as part of the further discussion? But that would, I think, maybe if we do recommend 1 million now, that would give the school department enough backstop, in Sean's word, to go ahead with this program, starting with grades 3 to 5.
I would invite the administration and teachers to respond to this. My general sense would be that it's sort of the same conundrum, right? I don't think we should walk out of this with the risk that we are using one curriculum, steady state, or using one curriculum in 3 to 5 and a different one in K to 2, and the PD challenges that entails, that we're sending 2nd graders who are ill-prepared off to this much more rigorous, much more challenging curriculum in 3rd grade, right? So I mean, I appreciate sort of the creativity and thinking about kind of ways to make it work. I come back to the same place, though. I think the right framing on this is that framing as a backstop. And, as Dr. Nowalczewski said, I mean, the schools have constantly been sort of good financial stewards and been thoughtful about spending at year end and things like that. And I don't see any reason to think it's going to stop here and we're not going to pursue all those other funding sources going forward. But it creates an almost impossible decision point if we're looking at piecemealing this, unfortunately.
I guess do we know if, say we went with Dr. Corum's idea of 1 million, would the rest of the pricing be guaranteed, or would things start to change and then the net thing, it wouldn't be a 1 million piece and then another 1 million, the second piece might cost more because it wasn't lumped in?
You run the risk of cost increasing. I mean,
Right.
it could double.
I thought we
We
said
run
that
that
we
risk
already
anyway,
had that
but-
risk.
We were willing to take that risk. We were willing to absorb the cost of the additional, right, from a school perspective. So to Sarah's, I mean, and I think Susan outlined it, and sorry, Tom.
No, go ahead.
I think what you have here is what the publisher has provided as the estimate for the next 4/5 years. To get all of our kids in elementary on the same curriculum tool set so that there is a natural progression from K to 1, from 1 to 2, from 2 to 3, from 3 to 4, from 4 to 5, etc. Having one provides one set of PD as Sean did, provides all the teachers on the same basis, provides the student having confidence moving from one to the next, removes the inferior program that we know is inferior from all of the grades. I don't think anybody should underestimate what Sean said about the fact that you're having your K-2 students, your foundational years, the highest risk years, stuck on a curriculum that is subpar if you go down this potential path, right? I think we're talking about what is the most important investment that we in Reading can make. And I can't stress it hard enough that this is the most important investment that we can make. It is the biggest equity issue we have in this town, regardless of what anybody else says. I'll go to the grave saying that. It's the biggest equity issue we have in this town. It is the issue that has plagued our ability to close the gap at our high school and other levels. If you cannot read, you cannot access any other curriculum, period. 36% of our kids, as Marianne just said in that number, 600 and something of our K through 5, but that number goes all the way through the top. Make it 36% of 3,800 kids. Who's going to stand in front of that 36% and say, sorry, we didn't think it was appropriate that you learned how to read? And I don't think that's not the right thing to do. This is being penny wise, pound foolish, frankly, in trying to look at it this way, when the most important investment is getting our kids to be able to read and giving the confidence in our teachers that with the right tools, they can do that.
Okay, Mark?
So, thanks, Marianne. Again, what we're really discussing is not the merit of the program, it's the funding of the program. And again, kind of trying to corner things into, hey, you have to do it and it has to be funded this way. It doesn't have to be funded this way. It's a great start. It's a great opportunity. I think that we haven't fully looked at different potential funding sources. I remain concerned that the operating budgets aren't supporting this until year 5. I just don't understand that, frankly. I think that should be built into this, which would then potentially lower the amount of the $2 million and give us an opportunity to fund some other community priorities that are out there. And again, I want to be really clear. It's not that I'm against taking care of the number one need and looking at it strategically. I think that makes excellent sense. I think we haven't looked carefully enough at how to fund it. I think that this is kind of a very convenient way, and it would be lovely to have it fully committed and done. It would be awesome. We may have that opportunity, or we may not. And I think if it's a high enough priority, even if we didn't, we should be funding it and figuring out how to do that. So, thank you.
So the current motion is Mark's motion to amend the 2 million of Sean's motion to 433, 570. Is there any more discussion on that amendment? No, go ahead, Mr. Grimes.
I'm hearing that 433 is absolutely not enough of the commitment to go forward. 2 million would fully fund it. Is there another number that if the select board was to go for something less than 2 million, but more than 433, I look at the first 2 years, it's basically 1.3 million. Would that be a sufficient commitment for the schools to go forward? Or is there some other way of doing that math?
I appreciate that question, and I think that's a really, really hard question. I'll do my best to answer it. We've thought about what's that magic number that might help us to feel confident enough that we could close the gap if the worst case scenario. I kind of hear what Mark said. I appreciate that of the idea that, there could be other ways that we could try to fund it. What my concern is, and again, and me in the role of overseeing the schools, is if, say we commit 1.3, and then we try to go to town meeting, we don't get additional funding. And then ARPA decides there's other priorities that sort of come across instead of reading. We're stuck with 1.3. Maybe we can find an additional grant, maybe. Maybe we can find an additional money in our operating budget. We certainly try, right? The challenge is not having that confidence to at least know that we have the funding to move forward the program makes it really problematic. Would I feel comfortable rolling out grades 3 through 5 next year and K through 2 after, if we only have funding for 2 years and then we kind of have to scrap and claw? I'm uncomfortable with it, and I quite frankly, I don't know what we do. If we're able to get closer to the $2 million, I think I'd feel more comfortable. But I think where that number would, lower makes me really apprehensive of just on chance and on hope and on some other political factors falling in line for us to be able to get that funding. And I think the important part is we will try really hard to find the grant funding to support. Again, we will work to build, funding into our operating budget. We will work to figure out other ways of cost savings to try to support this. I don't feel super comfortable going forward without the commitment that we can roll this out as what we know it requires to do this well. That's my way of saying if it were to be less than sort of that, we just have to, as a team, put our heads together to figure out what's our confidence level in the other sources, because leaving it to chance just makes us, hopefully you would look at me and want me to be apprehensive about that, right? I want to make sure that we have the way to do this the right way for our students.
Mr. Wise?
I just want to put this out there too. I've been thinking about this for a while as we think about, look at this source, look at this source, look at this source. Do we honestly here think it's the highest and best use of time for our superintendent, our assistant superintendent, our director of finance to go to town meeting, to go over and over and over again, to come back again to ARPA asking for more money? I know how much time they spent on this. That's time they're not doing other things, which is which if we do it again and again and again is wasted time that they'll never get back, that they can't actually dedicate to implementing some of these things, that they can't actually dedicate to focusing on kids learning. We have teachers here, we have principals here doing the same thing. On Monday night, we had 12. Guess what? Next Tuesday, we're probably going to have 20, right? And then some. Because this is so critical to what we're trying to get done. And saying that we should come back and come back and come back is an absolute waste of their time when they should be implementing, not wasting time trying to ask for things. Will the four of us and Sarah be willing to do all that? Yes, we signed up for this. If you need us to, we will, right? Aaron, I'm sure will join too when the time comes, right? But this is the time where this is the funding we have that is strategic funding that can solve a problem once and for all. And then they can spend their effort and their time implementing it, not trying to find the next 200,000, the next 200,000. We will be good stewards, as they've said. We have been good stewards. We continue to be good stewards. But we shouldn't have to continue to fight and come to meetings and prepare and come to meetings and prepare and come to meetings when we should be spending time teaching our teachers and teaching our kids. That's their highest and best use. That's where their time should be focused.
Okay, Chris?
Thanks, Mary. Just one other quick follow-up. So where does 6 through 12 fit into this? Is this, you came here, asked for the 2 million. If we had 80 million in ARPA, you would have came for 4 and asked for 6 through 12 as well? Because if that does exist, where 6 through 12 does have its own program that you guys want to do eventually, you're going to have to come up with that money regardless. So perhaps if we gave you this money, then it gives you time to free up to work on the 6 through 12. Does 6 through 12 exist?
I love that question. I've actually already met this year with all of our ELA teachers at both middle schools, 6 through 8, to start talking about next steps for middle school. And our plan next year is to form a literacy leadership team at the middle school level to consider the current materials in place and to look at what our next steps would be there. My thought is perhaps that I will be leading a committee that would look for support from the operating budget in order to roll out curriculum at the middle school level. Could it be our core? It could. That is a program that extends there. But just as the LLT at the elementary level looked really specifically at the needs of our schools and our students, we do want to recognize middle school is different. We have different teachers there, and we want to make sure that the process is just as robust. So I can't say to you that our core would be the program we would recommend. We would follow, again, program exploration that looks at the programs available and decide what would fit best.
But 6 through 8 currently is not working anyway. Is that why you would explore another program?
Currently, 6 through 8 has what I would call like a homegrown curriculum. We have outstanding teachers, we all know that, but they really have been implementing their own curriculum, and so it's teacher dependent, and they certainly are looking back at the standards and understand what our students need to learn. But again, the elevated research, it applies to middle school as well, so there are updates that are needed there.
Yeah, I'd just like to add that I'm never going to be Tom, Susan, Sarah, any of you. You're in these positions to make that decision. The school committee unanimously went to move this forward. Once again, it's who am I to just all of a sudden decide that I want to change it just because I can. It's, you guys have done the homework. I'm never going to become a superintendent. I mean, I think I have enough data and enough wherewithal to know that you guys are doing what's going to be best for all of our students until proven otherwise. So.
Okay. Yep.
Complete with the look, thank you. Just a quick feedback. So clearly, in terms of, you know, solving once and for all, it's our goal and expectation that it will certainly do that. Obviously, we can't guarantee that, but just to be clear. The good steward comment, I appreciate your comments on committing to look for additional outside funds, no matter what. And then the last point is just that there are, I think, roughly 7 groups that have approached us. I could be wrong in the exact number. All with some pretty legitimate needs and goals and desires, with an understanding that they're hoping that ARPA is going to be able to support all or a substantial part of what they're going to do, and they'll look for other resources to the extent that ARPA can't do that. So, you know, I think we just need to kind of keep that in mind in terms of the job that the select board is going to have to do at the end of the day. And it's because of who we are as a town that we know that we'll have good stewardship. And that's a built-in expectation for us all. So again, just making sure we're all thinking the same way. So thank you.
I just want to follow up to what you said, Mr. Doxer, and some of the other things that we're getting a lot of groups coming with needs, and I heard you say, you know, people are calling about fields and floors, but let's go back to the original intent of ARPA and what was the purpose of ARPA and who was harmed by ARPA. And we've heard loud and clear, we know, you know, kids sacrificed and stayed home and didn't have in-person learning and a lot of things and lost a lot. And our seniors suffered a lot with the isolation, with lack of activities. They suffered the greatest casualties from this pandemic. And in my mind, everything is secondary to the real impacts. I love the idea that, you know, we've been asked to do trails and floors and help out the Rotary and help out the Chamber. And I'm sure we're going to find some way to help out all of those groups. But we were given this money, we were lucky to have it be any kind of purpose. I think we're all here to try to fix the things that really got broken. And I'm looking forward to the presentation after this, where we hear about, it looks like there's gonna be some great proposals for the seniors, but I'd like to just move forward on, unless there's more discussion on trying to, you know, fix another thing that's broken, or at least give our recommendation on that. So are we ready to take a vote on first Mark's motion? You didn't have an amendment to it, Mr. Grimes, right? So we had a motion to recommend, and I guess I should just say it's no more discussion. You kind of made my little speech, we're like an hour and a half past the time. So first we have Mark's motion. I'm just paraphrasing it. Move to approve time-sensitive funding for Reading Public Schools in the amount of $433,570K.
That's Mark's motion.
Okay, so
just, actually, I don't think that's a proper motion. The motion is going to need to be to...
move to amend.
Move to amend, but also...
you already moved and someone seconded.
Right. Yeah. So we're voting on his motion to amend Sean's motion.
Right.
My motion recommended the select board allocate $2 million to support literacy curriculum, and you amended that to $433,570.
That was the exact phrase I was going to ask you.
Yeah. Yep.
So can you then read that? And
I'm not going to read it, but I'll say it again because I didn't write it down. The motion was to recommend that the select board allocate $2 million of ARPA funds to to support the Reading Public Schools literacy curriculum.
As amended to be 433,570.
If we vote to approve the amendment, yes, it would be amended to 433,570.
So are we ready to take a vote on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, all those who approve the amendment? Okay, all those who oppose? Okay, so the amendment does not pass. So now we go back to the original motion. Move to recommend that the select board allocate $2 million of ARPA money to be encumbered for the literacy curriculum of Reading Public Schools. All those in favor? And those opposed? Okay, so the vote being 1, 2, 3, 6 to 1 passes.
Yep.
Okay, and I guess we are done with that. We are done, and it will be moved on to the select board next week. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
So, can
Just
we?
procedurally, if we have a time critical thing for not the next thing, but the third thing on the agenda, do we want to take that out of order?
I will ask Mr. Maltese. You have a time-sensitive vote, and Ms. Delios is also ready to move ahead with her presentation. So, how do you want to do your vote first, or nope? Okay.
I'll be here until midnight.
Used to it.
Okay. Jeannie, thank you so much for waiting. I knew we were gonna run late. I wasn't anticipating this much, but it's a lot of money. We can't hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm going to ask Jackie to assist with the presentation, but I also wanted to note that I'm here as...
Jean, can I apologize? I need to interrupt because we no longer have quorum. Oh, we do. Okay, Sarah's still there. Sorry, Jean. I just, go ahead. Apologies.
Okay, no problem. Yes, I wanted to introduce myself in case anybody doesn't know who I am. I'm Jean Delios, and I am the Assistant Town Manager. I'm also the Director of Public Services, and Public Services has 7 divisions, and Elder Human Services is one of those 7 divisions. And joining me tonight on the Zoom is the Director of Community Services, Kevin Bowmiller. Also, I believe with us is Jennifer Fiorente, who is the Rec Administrator, as well as I think we have remotely, in some fashion, Amy O'Brien, who's the Elder Human Services Administrator. So thank you all for hanging in there tonight. And I also wanted to acknowledge the volunteers that we've all been working with on the topic of Elder and Human Services, Elder Services in particular. And that's the Council on Aging and the Reading Recount, which I think most people are aware by now, the committee that is involved in looking at the next stage of the Pleasant Street Center, whether it's a community center or a senior center. So, Jackie, next slide, please.
Jean, can I interrupt real quick because I'm about to lose my 4th member. I apologize.
Okay, no problem.
Move to adjourn the school committee.
Aye.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry, second.
By roll call, Sarah? Sarah, take yourself off mute. She's the one who asked for it, so maybe we lost her already, but Chuck? Aye. John?
Aye.
Tom? Aye. School committee is adjourned. Sorry about that, Jean.
That's okay. This was the most important slide, so it worked really well. This is kind of a summary of what Elder Services in Reading looks like. And at core, we are hyper-focused on working with our senior population. And we do that in a number of ways. We provide direct services. We run activities at the Pleasant Street Center. We make referrals, and we provide leadership to the community in the area of elder services. And as the slide shows, there are some key areas that we really focus on. Health and wellness is really a key area. Social engagement is equally as key. And then certainly supporting economic security and enhancing community livability are all part of this matrix. Next slide, please. So this is a slide that represents a summary of what are the greatest challenges facing Reading seniors, and that's the age 60+ population. This comes from our needs assessment. It's a few years old, so in full disclosure, but it's probably the most accurate representation that we have in terms of data on what's going on with seniors and what are some of the things they're concerned about. And this is obviously pre-pandemic. Financial issues and health issues are the top two. And they worry a lot about what's going on with them with their finances. They want to try and stay healthy. They want to really be as healthy as they can be in these later years. In addition, the socialization is a huge worry and a huge issue and a huge need for seniors, and that only was exacerbated by the pandemic. It's probably the biggest thing that we hear from our seniors is it was so tough to be so isolated. Next is the transportation, and so the challenge of getting around is just really tough, and so that's why that shows up so high. And then right behind that, home care and housing are big issues, and then there's some others, but that kind of gives you a snapshot of the needs. Next slide, please. And just in terms of background, pivoting a little bit towards the Pleasant Street Center and our senior center here in Reading. It was, as I think most people know, it was a converted fire station, and that was done about 30 years ago. The building was renovated and it was adaptively reused as a senior center, and it served us very, very well. We started to have some concerns about the building. We did the best we could with the building. Facilities did phenomenal to help us out. And in true Reading style, we all kind of just bucked up and figured out how to make it work. Until we came to a point where we realized we really need to take a look in the mirror and say, are we doing the best we can do for our seniors with this building and this facility? And so in 2017, we did a needs assessment. We hired the Gerontology Institute at UMass, and we went through a variety of community engagement efforts. A lot of data was collected in that study, and the conclusion was this building has really outlived its useful life, and it's time to start planning for a new center. Some of the recommendations about the reception area and some other areas that we could easily address with the help of our incredible facilities team. We took that challenge on in 2018 and made some upgrades. They were modest. And then in 2019, obviously, COVID hit, but also just before COVID, we had some major staffing issues and lost staff. And so at that point, we really went into a holding pattern. Lots of things that I think most people are aware of that we did. We did drive-bys, we did so many phone calls to seniors. We did what we could do during a horrific time for seniors. And we did it in a different way. The center was closed and then it reopened. And when it reopened, we added a tent. And so we thought, okay, we can do some things under a tent and continue to offer programming in a safer way. And so we did that again this year. The tent is up now. And that's been a good, really great way to keep things going. In 2021, we secured some funding to begin to do some real planning around what are we going to do next. And at the same time, or shortly thereafter, the select board appointed a committee that we call RECAL, which is the Reading Center for Active Living. That's what we're calling this, because it's really the starting point of the conversation. And so then here we are in 2022. Recalc has met bi-monthly. The group has visited 21 centers, or will be visiting 21 centers. Lots and lots of data being collected in terms of benchmarking, and the big thing that we're doing, working again with UMass Gerontology Institute, is to do a pretty intensive amount of community engagements. Public forums, we've already had 2. There's a 3rd on June 1st. We're going to be doing a community-rated survey. We're also going to be conducting focus groups. So really to get the pulse of the community. Next slide, please. Again, just to summarize what this Recalc effort is all about, it's really to create the vision for the future and to start planning. How can we do better? And again, from the needs assessment, some of the things that UMass recommended back in 2017 was we really need to expand our staffing. We are, compared to our community partners, we have one of the lowest staffing levels. We also have one of the smallest buildings. We need to enhance our transportation services. We have a great transportation program. We have medical transportation. We have a driver that's fantastic, but we need more of it. Add programming to prevent social isolation. That's that big piece that we all know is a real problem. And then supporting aging in place. People want to stay in their homes. They want to stay in their community. They've raised their family here, many, many people. They've had their life here, and they want to stay. And with some support, they can stay. And then lastly, strengthening mental health and behavioral health services. Again, a big thing that we learned in this pandemic is mental health is a big issue. Pleasant Street Center, again, the growing population of seniors is just phenomenal in Reading, and probably in other places as well, but Reading is up there. One of the major flaws of the building is that it lacks a first floor bathroom. So most of the events are in the great room. There's no bathroom on that level, on the first floor. You either have to walk or take the elevator to the basement, or walk or take the elevator to the second floor. And then of course the main thing, because the center is so small, the space constraints really limit the program and become an issue when it comes to, even if we have the money to hire more staff, we don't have any place to put them. So this is where we're at, and it really is impacting the way we deliver services. I do want to give a shout out to our staff, our Elder Human Services staff, the Pleasant Street Center staff, do incredible things, and they make all kinds of things work in a very, very difficult situation. But the outcome is that some residents leave town for programs and go to other centers. Next slide, please. So moving forward with our planning effort for a new center, the benchmarking and the community engagement, we're really viewing this as a tremendous opportunity to do pre-feasibility work. Again, getting the feel of what the community could support. I mentioned the public forum number 3, and then this effort with reaching out and UMass and data collection, that's really going to inform our next steps. And so what is our next step? The next step is to engage a consultant and do a feasibility study, an architect that would come in and look and say, you have the building here, the current facility, what other options are there for other sites? Could this building be reused in some way, combined with some other resources? How many square feet do you need based on the population that you have? Based on the survey, what kind of programs people want? It's a whole really involved analysis. It could even involve a traffic study, a parking study, and a lot of data collection to lay out and then preliminary plans on what a center would need in terms of floor space and that kind of thing. Next slide, please. So when we started talking about ARPA as a resource, it was important to have this be also a conversation with the Council on Aging. And so there've been a couple of conversations. The Council on Aging meeting Monday night, we talked a lot about this. And these are the things that the Council on Aging offered for ideas for use of the ARPA funds. The key things here being the feasibility study, transportation, mental health. I sort of hit those in other areas. One idea was to add virtual programs, in-person programs off-site, maybe hire a volunteer coordinator. That was one of their ideas, which is a little maybe outside, but maybe it could be outsourced. And then accessibility, like things like modifying the existing building in a way that you could enhance for people who are hard of hearing or that kind of thing. Next slide, please. So in summary, the goal here is to enhance the center as a focal point for services. And so the Pleasant Street Center could really be the hub for information, resources, activities, socialization, and volunteerism. And the supplemental programs off-site, that idea, partnering first with existing resources like the library is one thought. Expanding on the bus trips, those are a really easy way to have more activities without worrying about a building. And then certainly virtual programs and using the tent and the like. Expanding those transportation services is key. Some sort of mental health services, and then of course back to the feasibility study for the center. And then, I think this is one more slide, Jackie. So here it is in summary and in dollars and cents and ranked in order of priority. The biggest thing that this funding could support to help us get to the next step is the feasibility study. That's number one. Then in terms of priority, funding for supplemental programming, maybe the idea of supplemental space at one of the public forums. One idea, which is one that we've kicked around a lot, is could there be an existing vacant area? One person said, what about Walgreens, which I know everybody loves ideas about Walgreens, but it's not out of the realm of possibilities to think about Walgreens as an annex to the existing facility. There are some other ideas that we have for that. And so that's what that budget represents. Again, enhancing transportation and trips, and this should say subsidize, but not charging seniors to go for trips. We have a trip coming up that we're taking the seniors on a coach bus to to the Share Show. And the bus trip and the show and lunch is $150 a person. And that's a lot of money for somebody on a fixed income. And wouldn't it be great if we could offer those kinds of things, especially while we are trying to figure out how to create a new center, but offer those things and not charge the seniors. Number 4 is the outsourced mental health services. This really does point to contracting out for that and supplementing it. And I do want to give a shout out to the wonderful team that we work with in public safety, and especially our new clinician. I'm on a lot of the emails, and they are working so well together on so many things, and together with the Elder Human Services staff are really solving things. We have tremendous needs in this area, and this team is great. What I'm suggesting here is this is something a little bit different and maybe more far-reaching in the community. The virtual programming would be another thing. We may need to help some seniors with licenses or some technology, or we've done a Chromebook loaner that's been a very big hit. something like that, we could enhance with some additional funding. And then a volunteer coordinator, that's something that's been talked about a lot. We have a lot of volunteers. We could probably garner even more volunteers and coordinate them. Again, this is probably outsourcing to get some help to kind of get this off the ground. And then accessibility improvements are what I mentioned about just some modifications to the building so that we can have our folks a little more comfortable. And it's not a bathroom, it's more some additional enhancements for the microphones and other kinds of modifications so that if somebody's hard of hearing, they can do better in this center. So it comes up to a big number. It was very easy to come up to 900,000, but I think that is the ask on the table, and it would really go a long way to solving a lot of issues with our vulnerable senior citizen population. And I think there's one concluding slide, and just want to say thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So I'll see, does the board have any questions to start? Sean?
Just quickly, Jean, thank you for the presentation. I'm, some of these things were said during the last conversation, but this is obviously a hugely impacted community during COVID, so I have no qualms whatsoever about finding ways to support our senior community, and the number, the number doesn't give me sticker shock in and of itself. I guess the one question I do have, though, is as I look at the request, outside of the feasibility study and maybe the accessibility improvements, it feels like the rest of these are recurring expenses. So how are we thinking about what the 550,000 or so represented in lines 2 through 6? Like, what kind of time frame does that support, and how are we thinking about what comes next?
Can you just go back one slide, Jackie? Thank you. Yeah, so I think what this is pointing to is to give us an opportunity while we're planning to provide resources to this population. It's kind of a way to fill in while we're trying to get a new facility off the ground. Clearly, if we're looking further out at a new senior/community center, it's going to take some time. And so this anticipates 14, 16 months of services that we can deliver to seniors in response to the pandemic. Going forward, I would hope that there would be more grant money out there, that there would be more funding from town meeting. There was an instructional motion last week to return to the town meeting with a plan for more space, with a plan for leasing and supplementing the existing center with the kind of thing I was talking about, and for staffing. So town meeting has already asked us to come back with a plan for more of everything.
So is it fair to think about this as a way to sort of re-engage the seniors who've been so isolated over the last 2 years, and also a bridge to that longer term answer? Is that the right way to think about it?
That's exactly right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well put.
Okay. Did you have a question, Ed? Okay, Chris?
Thanks, Marion, and thanks, Jean. I think if you were to cover up the left-hand side where all the names are and just show the numbers and be 900,000, I'd be like, let's go ahead and do it. I mean, 900 grand compared to the 2 million that we just saw under the same scenario where seniors and our kids were all affected. I mean, it seems perfectly reasonable, but to Sean's point where it just seems as if it isn't one-time cost, it's just reoccurring. And I don't think 14 to 16 months is going to be enough. I think we're really misjudging that, where it's going to be significantly longer than that. It might be 3-4 years before anything comes online. And I don't know if that's being generous or not. It just seems as if the money's got to come from somewhere else. So the 900 grand seems perfectly reasonable to me. But just like a volunteer coordinator, that means 50 grand now, 50 grand next year, and it has to continue. I don't have a problem with it continuing, but we're just adding 900,000 in perpetuity almost, minus the study. So for me, it's a very difficult spot to just see this and then be like okay with just adding more money on that we don't know where it's coming up from. So I don't, like I said, I personally was fine with adding a first floor bathroom, looking at more, what do you call it, programs offsite, et cetera, which I see that you have in there. But I think the 900 grand, if it was just used for funding stuff offsite for the 3 to 5 years or something, seems reasonable for that. And the seniors would get a big use out of all of that because they need something now. You have no room as it is. So what is the point of not expanding beyond that?
Oh, Mr. Mark. Tess wants to speak. Yep.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that similar to what the superintendent said, right? I mean, the forums that we've had, right, and the surveys that are going out, it is very clear that this should be a priority for our community, right? I mean, I continue to hear concerns of seniors not being able to walk up the ramp, right, into the building. I continue to hear concerns of seniors feeling like they're being priced out of Reading, and both in terms of activities and in terms of programming. We in the forum, right, it was shared that in 2017 a study was completed that identified this building as being inadequate, right? So I'm coming up here in the same role as the superintendent just had, right? This is an issue in our community. It's been documented. It is very clear, and similar to the issue of curriculum, it is an issue where interest is going to continue to grow, right? If you attended either forum, right, the forum at the senior center was over 100 people, I believe, and it was people who said that they didn't have anything to do, right? I mean, and we heard loud and clear in the town meeting floor that seniors wanted something now, not something 5 years from now, right? But something now. So in a similar manner as the superintendent and his staff did, Jean and her staff busted their tails in the last few weeks and tried to present something that we thought was acceptable, wasn't over the top, and would get us to the hurdle point of town meeting. We will be going to town meeting in the fall. We will be doing that, and I mean, and so it in a similar way, and just reiterating the previous arguments that were just made, right? COVID attacked seniors and children, right? These funds are an opportunity to address issues that we know exist and have existed for a long time. So just this is very important to our community.
Mr. Wise?
So, Fidel, thank you, and Jean, thank you as well. I'm on a similar, I guess the challenge I'm having with this 900,000, I don't think is the problem per se, is what time period does this cover, right? How much of it's recurring? One of the things I would love to see is, okay, the feasibility study is probably going to take 18 months, give or take, right? Then you have all sorts of other stuff. Then, I think 3 to 4 years is pretty on the short side, frankly, if we're actually talking about building something. And I was shocked to not see a first floor bathroom in this ask, frankly. I thought that would be a slam dunk. This is something that has to get done in order to make that building at least usable on a more regular scale. But I'd love to see, somewhat to Sean's point here about 2 through 6 as well, is what's the time horizon that covers? And is it a year? Is it 2 years? You know, is this volunteer coordinator a full-time person, part-time person? You know, how are we thinking about that? You know, just building this out a little bit more. I don't think there's anything wrong with it from a total number perspective. I just want to understand, you know, what we're getting into from this perspective, because one of the things we've also said with ARPA is, or many of us have tried to say, not everybody, time constrained, right? That this is a one-time or time constrained spend. So if it is a 14 to 16 month bridge, great. What does that look like? When does this end? How far does this cover? And then what, right? Are you building up hopes and re-engaging? I think that's a great way to put it, as Sean put, and the Gene agreed. Are we re-engaging and then we can't support them afterwards, right? We have to figure out what that end game is. Or should we be asking for 1.5 because we need to plan for 3 years, right? And because then we might have something that's more sustainable in a different way. I have a hard time about this without a horizon and understanding where these things and how it will line up. And 250,000, does that extend for 3 years? Maybe. Have we looked at what the rental, you know, and Gene, I'm sure you've done a lot of this legwork, right? What would it cost to do Walmart, right? In terms, or not Walmart, Walgreens, right? You know, and that might be nothing. It might be just a pure tax write-off for them, saying we're not going to charge you taxes for the next. I don't know. I'm just spitballing right now. Have we looked at, you know, the place that used to be Baby Furniture Warehouse, right? And what's in there, right? How much does that cost? You know, there's all sorts of. I'd love to see this built out to say this is how the 250 would be spent. That actually explains it a little bit more than just supplemental programming in space. And what is the transportation? The example you gave is a phenomenal example, Gene. You know, $150 does hit a lot in a fixed income pocket. And if we can support that in some way, great. But for how many trips? Over how long a period of time? Right now, just kind of, I hate to put it this way, but it feels like a swag, right? What do we think is the right number? I'd love to see a little bit more detail behind it, because I can get behind this, absolutely. I just want to make sure I know when and where that time expires and when something else picks up, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense. The feasibility study obviously is a contract, right? I mean, that is going to explore the long-term solution. That's one contract that we feel like is necessary. On the space, what we tried to do was not even think Walgreens. It was you know, can we rent spaces from churches, from schools, or from the library, right? I mean, and similar to what the recreation department does, right? Try to cobble together, you know, some opportunities for additional programming, right? So we are building this stuff with, you know, with bubblegum and wrappers, because we hear the seniors loud and clear. We want something now, right? I mean, so I can come to you in 6 months with a drawing and, you know, and sketches and everything, but the seniors and these forums, and the next one is going to be on June 1st, and I assume that one is going to be as attended as the previous ones, and again, I mean, it's I just don't know that we have the bandwidth, one internally, but also the time to get the 100% solution.
So can I build on that, Marianne?
Yeah, sure.
I agree. Time is money in this case, right? I mean, a lot of the things you put out there, though, are things that we should be able to be free to ourselves. We shouldn't charge ourselves for library space. We shouldn't charge ourselves for school space, because we just out of one pocket into the other, right? So does it really matter in that regard? Maybe. You know, there are some budget lines that hit those things, but is there something we can do there? How much of this is programming? Because if we're bringing people in for, I'll just Zumba classes or something else, yes, there's a cost there, right? But how do we, again, I'd love to see a little bit more behind it, as opposed to just this is a bucket that we're going to put 250,000. I don't know if that makes any sense or not.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. I think where we're coming from is that, you know, Gene obviously has a lot of hats, right? I mean, and Kevin has a lot of hats as well, right? So we're trying to balance bandwidth, right, with demand of the community, right? I mean, and to your point, the $250,000 is a bridge, right? I mean, if that number is, you know, is $500,000, our plan is to go to town meeting in the fall, right? This is requesting that this committee essentially act on we believe is an urgent ask.
So are you asking, Marianne, I'm sorry, are you asking then that this, or telling us that this 900,000 is between now and November? Is that what it is? This is a 6-month ask?
So I am not saying that these funds will be spent by November. No. What I am saying is that we are hearing from the seniors that we need to do something now, right? So these funds give us an ability to add bandwidth to hire people to do those matrices, right? And call the library and see what time this room is available on Tuesdays, right? I mean, Jean nor I can do that today, right? So this request is to give us some bandwidth, right? And give us an opportunity to listen to that motion that was put on in the town meeting floor, and you know, by the summertime, by the end of the fall, I do believe that we will have a plan in place. But if it's Gina and Kevin who are doing it along with their other tasks, you know, it's a tough sell.
So can I just speak? If it sounds like a way to address an immediate need, it might be, I can see the concerns of the committee here thinking about, okay, we're hiring a permanent staff member on, and I don't know whether the word, you know, contractor or consultant is, but if there was something here like, you know, hire someone for 6 months to try and plan all, how these other possibilities could work and cost them out, like, do what Jean and Kevin don't have time to do, but also have it be time limited. Someone plans it all out, how it could work. Is that what you're saying you could use?
That's what I'm saying.
Like that could
Absolutely.
be a bridge. And then, I mean, I think if this were a plan that had, you know, supplemental programming space for, you know, 2 years or 3 years for X $1,000, then we'd know there's a start, we'd know there's an end, and maybe we'd have to see if, you know, a replacement senior center is any closer by then. But I think they're looking for a little bit more specificity, just in terms of, okay, is this, like Chris said, is this coming back every year? Because I think we're okay with the amount, but maybe just a few more details fleshed out to say, here's a vision. And I don't know whether you have to hire someone to create the vision, but the vision for ARPA money will get us through 2 years in this way. We're gonna rent something for this much money, we're gonna outsource, and we don't even know if we can like rent some of the spaces too. I mean, never mind the money. I think people have been speculating about renting Walgreens for a while. I do have a question on the feasibility study though, which is kind of the concrete part of this. I know Recalc is still surveying and deciding whether this is going to be a community center or a senior center, or both. Does the feasibility study have to know, do we have to know that as an input going in, or is the feasibility going to tell you, here's what's possible, and look at both options?
Yeah, so I'll answer the first question. So Jean, I thought, was clear in saying that this is not to hire any full-time staff. This is to follow the model that our recreation department has in place, right? So our recreation department has one full-time staff, I believe, and one part-time staff, right? And they run a whole lot of programming, as we know, right? So that model is based on using contractors, using partners who run programming, right? But in order to do that, we need a coordinator in place. So the Jennas of the world, right?
Okay.
So these funds are not to hire any full-time staff that are permanent. Instead, it is to give you know, a starting fund, if you will, to transfer the model that has been working on the recreation side to the seniors, right? And what we are cognizant of is that, you know, we don't want to charge the seniors full price, right, for a program. So we are going to to go into it, at a very reduced rate, potentially free rate. But what we are thinking about is essentially, getting to a point where we have a senior recreation revolving fund, right? Where programming receives revenues and pays for expenses. That's going to take a lot of time to build, both in membership, in planning, in partnerships, and that's not something that Gene and I can do in the next 2 weeks before your next meeting.
Yeah, so this is just, it sounds like ARPA would kind of get a new initiative started, and then in the future somehow operating money or whatever is going to keep it going?
That's correct. That's the request.
You have 2 people online that have their hands up. just so you know.
Okay, thank you.
Gene and Carlo.
So, Jackie, I understand there's additional questions from people on Zoom? I think I heard.
Gene.
Yep, Carlo has his hand up and so does Jean.
Okay, go ahead. If you can let one of them on, it doesn't matter. Who was up first?
You go first. You go first.
Go ahead, Carl.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I've been watching all night, and I guess have trouble with what's the feasibility study cost? Because just give the $300,000 to me, and I'll tell you we need a new building. I really don't understand what we're going to get for $300,000. So I'd like to know that, please.
I think it's start that question.
Start with that question.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Gene. So when we submitted the application for the Killam School, right, a feasibility study was completed ahead of that, if you will, right? So what a feasibility study does is it explores, what properties are available in Reading, right? It also looks at particular layouts in a building, right? So and to a level of detail of like where do the offices go? Where is your reception area? Where is so it creates conceptual layouts, right, on different options. I think what's also really important is we need to know what each of these options cost, right? So yes, we do know that we needed a new building, but we need to really dive into what properties are available, what options do we have in each property, what do those options look like in terms of a drawing and a layout and parking, how many spots do we need, and finally, what do these options cost? So it was essentially what was completed for the Killam School, where it threw out a few different options, like if you choose building A is this much and you get this much space in return. The feasibility study is very detailed, and it's not just going to tell us yes we need a building. It's going to tell us what kind of building we need, where does it go, and how much does it cost.
Yeah, thank you. I was half joking but half serious, but I guess before we took that endeavor on, I think it'd be up to the select board and maybe some other entities to. I mean, right now the way I look at it, we have 2 properties in town, Oakland Road and Simon's Way, that are land. Yes, there's other properties and space in town, but very, very limited. So I have no problem with this $900,000, and I hear all the concerns of the committee on future funding and what's going to be recurring costs. But I don't know. I think I'd like to see recalc be fully done with their touring the facilities and all their surveys and everything. And I don't know. This is a big commitment. I know it's needed, but I think right now it's putting the cart before the horse a little bit. I get the option A, B, and C. I was paying attention to that when the school committee and whatever consultant they used was giving all these options. I think there was many, but that's the only, again, this concern I have with this 1 through 7 seems very, very expensive, and probably needed, but I just, those are my concerns, that's all. And, you know, this will be discussed amongst the ARPA committee first and then come to our board, but that's all I have to say now. Thanks.
Okay, Jeannie also had her hand up too?
It was Jean, right?
Jean, I'm sorry, Jean, yeah, I misspoke.
Yep. You want me to go?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you for all the feedback. It's very, very helpful. I think Fidel summed it up very nicely that we are trying to fill a hole here. We're trying to backfill. And we're not trying to hire anybody. We're trying to, like he said, follow the lead of the recreation folks who outsource programming, find space wherever, pay for space wherever. And that's what the supplemental programming / space line item is. And we cannot offer enough programs in the space that we have. We have to go somewhere else. It's just not possible. And we talked a lot, and I said in the presentation that a major flaw of the building is the lack of a bathroom on the first floor. And we spent a lot of time looking at the bathroom. And the cost of doing the bathroom, if I had to look in the mirror and justify a 6-figure number to put a bathroom into a building that we don't know if we're gonna stay in, and say to 25,000 taxpayers, even though I know this isn't taxpayer money, but you know, we're making a decision to spend money on a building that we don't know we're gonna stay in. And I know it's not local taxpayer money. I'm aware of that. But the idea that we're gonna invest in this building is a big question and a big commitment. And we don't have the space in the current layout. We have to take away floor space from the great room, which we can't afford to do, or take away space in the kitchen, which we also can't do. So even if it wasn't a 6-figure number, and I don't have a definitive number on this, but that's the range. It means removing and reducing programming area and functional space of the building in exchange for a first floor bathroom, which I don't think any of that is anything I could stand behind. So that's the issue with the bathroom. In terms of the trips, that's another way to provide services, again, outside of the discussion of the building, and to backfill this hole for the seniors, and to provide it at no cost. And the calculation was arrived at using the model that I indicated, the coach bus that goes in, it's a trip, it's an activity, it's lunch, and it's once a week on a coach bus. That's what that number is for roughly 12, 14 months.
Okay, are you all set, Jean?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, Mr. Doxer?
Thanks, Marianne. Carlo, thanks for bringing up the question of the feasibility study also. So recalc would be kind of their work would lead into the feasibility study. So in terms of timing of things, the survey that recalc is going to do isn't going out until September. So having results is probably toward year end, realistically, and then the next step from there would in fact be a feasibility study. And I can't speak for Jean and Fidel specifically, but I would imagine that their thinking is that this is the ability to pay for that next step and making sure that we're able to do that. So again, you know, is it tomorrow? No. Is it in advance of getting some answers out of recalc? No. It's the next step that would follow. And one of the concerns is that it would have been great to have all this ready in time for November town meeting, but with a September survey date, it seems like that's pretty tight to really have kind of gone through all the data and analyzed it. Maybe it's possible, maybe it's not. But that was, I think, one of the reasons why the feasibility study is there, and the magnitude would be sufficient to look at different different alternatives that Recalc might recommend, and look at different sites and locations. Oh, sorry, and the last piece is, so why is it here? It's here because as this group is thinking through the priorities and the kinds of money that would be spent, to make sure that there is kind of a reservation put in, saying this is what we think is a real priority. It's not requiring cash tomorrow, but I think Fidel has talked to some folks already to get some notions on costs of doing things, and that's why it's here. And Gene, Fidel, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that you know, without funding, we are not able to do much right now. You know what I mean? We're surviving. It's going to be a status quo, you know, and you know, we won't be able to make any significant improvements with the staffing that we have and with the funding that we have, which is very limited, close to zero. So following our previous conversation, I think I will be more aggressive in pursuing this, and particularly, you know, highlighting the fact that as was said very early on in this meeting, that COVID really impacted two populations the most: children and seniors. And while there are other things that we'd like to do, this should be one of our two top priorities.
Okay, Ms. Herrick?
I just wanted to ask a question. So Jean's explanation of it feels awful to invest significant amount of money in putting a bathroom into a senior center that we might not be using long term, but we're already talking about a 5-year time frame. So I'm just wondering if, and maybe Mark, this is a question, is the survey, is Recalc going to really ask the patrons of our Pleasant Street Center to comment and prioritize like how important that is? Because I've just been hearing that for years, and it's like putting in sewer lines, like you don't want to do it by, you're talking about a use over 5 or more years, or for the next owner?
So I'm sorry, but the I've asked that question. You know, I'm a civil engineer. I said, you know, let's just build it, right? I met Joe Huggins there, who's our facilities director, and you know, he said $150,000, right? So but the issue is not money. It's in order to do it, as Gene said, right? We will need to tear up the historical building, one, and we will need to put a round peg in a square hole, right? And you know, in investing that kind of money on something that's not even a Band-Aid. I mean, it's a horseshoe, right? I mean, we have two choices. We put it either in the kitchen, right, and the kitchen goes away, which is not great, or we build it in the activity room, which would take about a third of the activity room, right? So while I am not afraid to build anything, but it's more about impact, and I'm sure the conversation about bathroom has been had for a long time in this building, right? I mean, and I'm sure folks essentially came to the same idea that it's just the while it is a big issue, it is nearly impossible to construct in a way that is not more negative than positive.
Yeah, I'm just asking though whether we're surveying this population, because I want to hear them say they understand this and they're okay with never getting a first floor bathroom for at least 5 years or longer. That's all.
Go ahead, Mark.
If I can respond to that. So the Recalc survey, that's not really inside the mission of Recalc, but it's really inside the purview of the Council on Aging. And I think it's very likely the council is going to do more detailed surveying of things. The Recalc survey at this point is, and there's a draft that was in our last meeting, is more focused on this question of senior center, community center, what the needs are that people would foresee in this kind of a facility, what they would use, what they would do. And kind of getting more on, you know, if it was there, you know, would they go? It also is going to ask some questions about a new center versus this idea of maybe a distributed model of some services in A, some services in B.
And we still don't have a first floor bathroom, so, but, okay.
Yeah. So I think I'll take that to Council on Aging, and Gene, Kevin's on too.
I can go there too now.
Yeah, you're the liaison, come join.
Go ahead, Sean.
Just, logistical question. Are we voting this tonight? I didn't.
No, there's no vote, so
Okay.
this was just a discussion.
You can if you want to, though, just to make it.
No, we
clear.
can't. We'd have an open meeting law violation. Right? It's not on the agenda.
That was a joke.
If, I mean, what I'm hearing is sort of the recurring piece of this gets us a year, 14, 16 months, somewhere in that ballpark. But it's not committing us to anything long-term. You have an understanding that you're going to have to find an additional funding source to extend this beyond that, and a recognition that, that may not happen, but if nothing else, we've re-engaged these seniors and provided services during this sort of re-emergence year, if you will, from COVID. So, I think, to Tom's point, I was the one that started talking about time limited. This is time limited, right? They're recurring expenses if we continue to provide these same services, but the commitment that we're making here is time limited in the sense that it doesn't inherently commit us to, to do these things on a recurring basis if other funding doesn't appear. So, I want us to be thoughtful about one of the risks of a committee like this one, which is substituting opinions for expertise. And if this is what sort of the experts are coming back saying are the right things to invest in right now, to serve our seniors well and to get us to a place where we've got a better long-term solution, I'm quite comfortable with this list and with the figure at the bottom. I know we're not voting, but that's.
Okay, Chris?
Yeah.
Thanks, Marion. Yeah, the sense that I'm getting, it just seems as if we're all okay with the dollar figure. It's more of our mindset in here was kind of shifted towards one-time shovel-ready kind of cost. And it doesn't seem like this fits into that, but I don't see how it ever would, given the fact that it's most likely a new building or something 3 to 5 years down the road. So obviously, this seems like this special case where we have to supplement something until then. So that's why I think the 900,000 seems reasonable. It's more of, we seem to be concerned that it's 900,000 and then the following year it's 600,000 because there's no more study, obviously, and then the next year 600,000. So to Fidel's point about going back to town meeting, it seems as if, that it's the least that we could do in this scenario. It's just shifting the way that we've been thinking about things with that mindset. So I don't think any of us would disagree with 900 grand for seniors, vote and get it done now. It's more of just, it's going to be reoccurring. I'd hate to be going to share concerts and everything else that you mentioned and just doing it year after year, and then all of a sudden you don't get to do it anymore. It's like, well, what was the point? But I guess the point is, at least they had it in the first place to do it. It's the least that we could do, build the bridge until 3 to 5 to more years from now. So it's a very complicated.
Maybe more share concerts will lead to less mental health services.
Yes.
Let's cheer them up.
I've seen a study about that.
I Googled it. It's actually a musical about Cher, not a Cher
It's
concert.
not Cher?
No, I have
Then
seen
why
the
is it
actual
saved?
share, and she's something else, but it's not $150. It's a lot more than that.
I was like, that's why I was like, this seems like I wanted to pay the 150 and go myself with Gene, you know what I mean? But now it's not Cher, then, forget
Okay,
about it.
so we've only not even halfway through our agenda. Do you have something, Mr. Wise?
I mean, it's short, Marianne, so.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm just thinking.
I appreciate Sean's approach of this is one time, but once you build the dependency, it's not one time. And that's the concern I have. And how do we address the fact that a dependency has been built? That, with this, I mean, that it needs to, and we need to support them. Is there something does this money spread out over a longer period of time so the dependency isn't as big on a year-over-year basis? I mean, if this becomes something that becomes an FY24 budget, there's a lot of things we're looking at for FY24 already, right? That are already in a conversation point across FinCom, school committee, select board as well. So that dependency of that is the only concern I have with this. Otherwise, I'm fully on board. It's the dependency issue.
The recreation department hands back $400,000 a year to the town, right? So I'm not saying that the seniors are going to hand back $400,000 a year. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we have a model downstairs in the basement in Town Hall that has figured out over a 12-year period of time how to make this financially feasible, right? What we are saying is we're going to spin it a little bit, right? And think about using the knowledge that we have existing. And I'll just mention one comment, and I believe Jen is on the Zoom as well. How she explained it to me is essentially, if you have to hire someone to hold a Zumba class, right, at $100, right, and if you have 5 people show up, right, they each get charged $20, right? If you have 10 people show up, they each get charged $10, right? I mean, so this is a program that has to be built, right? And we are confident that with time and with support, we are going to be able to figure out. I'm not saying that's going to be free. All I'm saying is that we recognize the importance and we recognize that there is a model that is in place in our community that is doing this exceptionally.
The only caveat to that is the conversation earlier about severely reduced or free, subsidized money, which means you're not putting money into that revolving fund. You're in fact pulling from the revolving fund, right? So finding that happy balance is a big portion of this. Yeah, exactly. And maybe ability to pay goes into this in kind of a high needs type model or something like that. But I'm sure you guys are thinking through that, but that was just the one concern I had.
Exactly right.
Okay, any other comments from the RAC? Jackie, any comments online?
No hands.
No hands, okay, well, thank you so much, Jean. This is something, maybe we'll have a vote in a future meeting, not tonight, but thank you for that information.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jean.
Thanks, Shane.
So, before I proceed to the rest of the agenda items, and I know we at least want to, I don't know how long we know we have to get to the water enterprise funds, I'm sorry, the water funds, and we want to have a good discussion on the RAC survey, and I know Jane has been on the call, and I don't think it's going to take too long. We don't want to push that off to another night, just because I'm just looking at the hour. We want to just get through the RAC survey now, too, as well as the other thing.
I think we wanted to launch the survey pretty soon. So
Yeah,
we
so,
probably need
okay.
to-
So before we do that then, can I just propose we take a 5-minute restroom break?
Recess?
5-minute recess? So we are just recessed for
10:18.
5 minutes, and we will get right to you. come back to order for RAC, and the next item on our agenda, which was supposed to be 2 hours and 20 minutes ago, sorry people, is to vote on water rate information and an allocation from ARPA to the water enterprise funds to supplement the water rates.
Do you want to
So-
do, I guess it's a Fidel question. Do you want to do that first, or do you want to free Jane up?
I'm not going anywhere, so yeah, that's fine.
All right, so,
Can I move to take the RAC survey out of order?
Second.
okay, do we all agree?
Is Andrew already on? He's not yet, so,
He's not.
okay, we're
Okay.
good.
Well, Andrew will join us shortly, but thank you so much for your.
Roll call vote, I think, is
Nope, not yet.
Because he's not on.
He's
Yep.
not on yet. Nope. So thank you so much for your patience, Jane.
I did.
My pleasure, my pleasure. Why don't we jump into this, we'll move right along. Here we go. So this is a preview of the draft version. Can you see my screen here?
Yep.
Can you see it? All right, good.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind going a little bigger? If you can drop the thing off the right?
Hold on.
No.
Other way.
No.
I'll do like that.
We're gonna
That's
have.
great.
That's good,
Yeah,
right
we're
there.
gonna have to scroll and see all the options.
Yeah.
I
Can
think
you
it's
see that?
Yep,
because she's logged in to the account or something, right?
yep.
That's why on the
Yeah, I'm
right-hand
logged in,
side.
but I've got all this other stuff
So
going on.
she can edit it and whatnot while we're live, technically.
I can't really edit it in this view. I have to go to a different view. If you'd like, I can do that.
No, this is good.
That's all right.
This is fine.
And I'm happy to, well, let's go through it. Okay, so this is a short survey. It was based on one from Sudbury, and then we made some amendments to that based on some feedback. And I appreciate folks who have already contributed to that feedback. So the intention here is to prioritize the community interests for ARPA funding. First question is identifying strengths. So it's sort of a high-level SWOT analysis. We're just doing the first 2 letters of SWOT, if you will. So we're looking here for characteristics of the town that are considered strengths. We can choose all that they want. So local recreation and culture, historical preservation, environmental conservation, convenient location in the community, physical safety and security, range and cost of available housing options, sense of community and inclusion, local businesses, commercial enterprise and jobs, quality of schools, local infrastructure, sewer, water, roads, senior services and senior center, and then other. So these buckets obviously can change, but the idea is to identify what are the strengths the community sees. And then the next question is, where could we improve? And we asked folks to narrow that to 4 choices. And a lot of these are repeated because some things might be strengths, but we might not be doing them as well as we'd like to be doing them. And so the intention is to kind of suss out what are we good at, what do we need to do better at. So here are some of the same things. So local recreation and culture, historical preservation, environmental conservation, improve commercial development opportunities in commercial and industrial districts. And physical safety and security, range and cost of housing options, town buildings and infrastructure, water, sewer, roads, sense of community inclusion, local jobs, businesses, quality of schools, senior services, senior center, and then other.
Can I just ask a question on the other? Is like, how many characters is someone just allowed to type? Like unlimited or?
We can limit it. No, we can limit it. So we have just ranges that we can do, and if you want to limit that, we can do that to, you know.
No, I mean, we don't have to. I don't anticipate anyone's gonna be writing us 4 paragraphs, but, okay.
They usually don't, but occasionally you get a couple of good feedback. I don't have any limits on the characters now.
Okay, I was just wondering if there were limits. Thank you.
Nope. So this one, there was a request to see if we could do, how would you spend $100 if you could allocate it across a number of different measures? And this is what SurveyMonkey kind of limits us to do. And I don't love it, and I think you'll lose some people who take this survey, but you can do it. So this says, below is a sample list of projects that fit into one of the ARPA guidelines. How would you allocate $100 across the sample list of projects? So improve town buildings and facilities, restoration, repair, ADA compliance. improve and or add to town-owned conservation land, town forest, parks, and green spaces. So it kind of, this is an awkward layout that's given here, and then each of these boxes, people can put in whatever they want. So they can put in $25, they can put in $5, whatever it is. I'll take you through the list anyway. Economic development, so commercial, retail vacancies, infrastructure, business districts, road infrastructure, bridges, sidewalks, parking, traffic signals, sewer, water, and flood control infrastructure, support local businesses and nonprofits, support essential workers and residents who have had financial difficulties, expand educational programs, full-day kindergarten, virtual learning, mental health, equity, augment senior programming, renovation or construction of new senior center, improve or augment recreation facilities. So you can put whatever you want into any of these buckets, and then when you take the survey, at the end it will show you your errors. If this doesn't add up to 100, it will require you to keep doing that question until you get it to 100. And there's an error message that comes up that tells you it needs to equal 100. So it's a little cumbersome the way SurveyMonkey does it. I checked my work to make sure that this was the only way, and it is.
How is someone going to know what to enter? I mean, do we need more directions, say enter a number between 0 and 100 or something like that?
Yes. Yeah, I think that's probably apropos. I'll make a note of that just as a direction. Sum of all buckets must equal 100. And that's easy enough to do.
So it's only going to accept numbers as input. It's not going to accept words. Like if someone wrote all of it next to something, that wouldn't accept that.
Correct. And also if you put in a percent sign, it would reject that. And so we can indicate that as well, just to make it a little easier. Okay, so that we can see how folks like that, or how we can make it the last question. So then this is the same idea. Below is a sample list of projects that fit into ARPA guidelines. Rank these in your order of priority. And this is pretty straightforward. So the buckets here are, for right now, are town and school buildings, capital projects, water and sewer school programming, nature, conservation, preservation, seniors and our senior center, recreation infrastructure, miscellaneous community priorities and private/non-town, human services, social, miscellaneous non-infrastructure, town side, roadway infrastructure, parking. So these are all open for amendment, obviously, but you just rank that, and then we have some minor demographic data here. So your role in the community, resident, business owner, employee, student, or other, and age. These are just your standard age brackets. So that's the overview. That's the survey. 6 questions is the estimated, SurveyMonkey saying estimated time includes 4 minutes. I think it'll take a little longer for folks first doing it, trying to kind of work out this 100 question bucket. But other than that, that is what I have for you. So I give it to you for discussion.
Is age required, or can they leave that blank?
You can do whatever you want.
Well, you were saying that if you don't add up to 100, it'll keep rejecting it, right?
It'll keep making you do that. Not just for the age. Just for the number here, not for age.
Age is optional. Okay.
So I guess I'll build on Jeff's question. Are any of those questions optional? Can I answer one of the questions and be done with it, or do I have to answer, the 4 questions? I don't have to answer the demographic questions, or are they, how does that work? Are they all required?
You can do whatever you want. It's your survey, so if you want to make them all required, we can do that, or we can make some of them required and some of them not. It's always nice to get demographic data so you know what population is talking about. We're not asking a lot of detail there, like household size or number of years lived in Reading or income. But I think you can make any of them optional, and how much data you get, will be less. I think it's good to make them required, but it's up to you guys.
Okay, Mark.
Anything can be done.
Okay. So I'm wondering, what your concern was, Jeffrey, because typically, it'd be great to have everyone complete everything and make it required. And when you don't, my experience, when you don't ask income, people answer most other questions. The income one is usually where it throws something. But I'm wondering, is there a particular reason why you didn't want that one?
I mean, I hate surveys that force me to answer everything, because there might be a reason that I want to say no answer, or I'd rather not give it. So,
Yeah, for us, I think if we could actually cross-tab these, it would be great. If we could understand that folks of a certain age group answered a certain way, it might actually be very helpful to us. And also, we'd like to know what age groups answered the survey.
What Gina's saying is at a category that says,
Preference to say, yeah.
Right, but that's, and what I'm saying is, I don't think you want to do that. I think you want to ask people to just answer the question. It's an anonymous survey.
Yeah, Mark, we can add in an option for prefer not to answer.
But I'm suggesting you don't want to do that. I'm
Mark,
suggesting we really want the demographics.
But how many people who would otherwise take the survey? I think there's also a risk that you turn off people from taking the survey because they don't have that option, right? Like, I don't know how many people are going to say, yeah, I'd love to tell you my age, but then they prefer not to say. Like, if they're fine sharing their age, they're going to share their age, I would think. So what's the downside of having a prefer not to say option?
If a bunch of people chose it, then it just makes our data less helpful.
More than likely, they're just not going to answer the survey at all.
Yeah, is it better or less than not getting their response?
But there are only 6 questions. I mean, I think we're doing everything we can to make it easy, other than this 100-point conundrum that we need to talk about.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not dying on the sword for this.
Yeah, I would tell you, we've done a lot of surveys, and usually, it's actually my oversight not putting in, because I usually do put in a prefer not to answer, or not applicable kind of option. So I would recommend that we put that in. I don't think it'll get used hardly at all, but for some people, they may want to.
I mean, what if a 17-year-old at the high school tries to answer it and you only have starting at 18?
Well, that was going to be my question, is maybe, I think there's an age group that we could include that's under 18, but, not elementary kids, but maybe high school, 14 and up, or, like, I don't know the lower limit.
Typically, when it comes to surveys, you don't survey minors. You would want parental permission to survey minors. Professionally, that would be the appropriate, and I don't want to run it necessarily through a review board, an internal review board. Mark, you probably know about that kind of stuff.
Yep.
The university. So that's typically the ethic on the side of not interviewing minors. We wouldn't run it through the school district.
Right. You can't prevent them from filling it out, I guess.
Right. And then answering,
that's correct.
I prefer not to say. But anyway, so the notion would then be that we'd have all of them required, in including that way to kind of sneak out of age. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So put the prefer not to answer, or leave?
Yes.
Yeah. Put prefer not to answer.
And
then answer all
you're
6.
required to at least put prefer not to answer, okay.
They have to answer that, so they have to either tell us they don't want to, or they give us their age. I think most people, it won't be an issue, but we offer it anyway. And that's respectful. I think we'd be respectful.
And I'm okay with, adding some text after 6 age, you could fill out the line that says, this will really help us, whatever the wording you want there is. Please go ahead and answer this, because we want that information, but
sounds good.
But give them the option not to.
Is the one where you're ranking the priorities from 1 to 10, are there 10 options there? Like, I didn't see the number, like that one there, I couldn't count how many you had.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So there are 10, okay.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
One the most important.
Yeah, we're just starting with 1. But the real question, I think really the more substantive issue is, are these buckets the buckets you're looking to assess? And am I missing something that you're looking to assess? All right, so let me see if I can get some of these on the page.
Yeah, I think I just want to know that people will understand what the buckets mean.
I think the one
We can add some language.
Yeah, school programming sounds a little weird, but I guess.
Well, versus school building.
Yeah.
So like the curriculum, you know, we can put a little bit more language
All
on
right,
that.
yeah, Tom, you had a comment?
I think the one that's missing and that we've actually had a request for is the, you know, essential services, right? The fire, police, you know, whatever. In school, we have those kind of things that are coming too. So, you know, the expression of the town that they would want to support that would be interesting to see.
Yeah, I don't know how that fits. There's essential services, and then I think the other requests that have come in have kind of been for community groups, like the Chamber of Commerce and the Rotary, and I'm not sure where those fit in, but yeah, the, you know, several different groups of collective bargaining units have come in. So that question is there to assign a dollar amount, but then we don't rank it as important.
Okay, let's add that, essential workers to the ranking list. Yep, that's easy. And the question about like the chamber, that sort of idea, that could be included here under miscellaneous or over here, community priorities, private.
No, I guess that fits there, community priorities, community groups, okay.
Yeah, we could put, for instance, the chamber, you know, business group, something like that. So we'll do some EGs.
Tom, you had another comment?
Is there a survey reason why we've specifically had the language different between these last two questions? From a science or otherwise perspective, Mark, I'm kind of looking to you and Jane from your perspective as well. To me, it seems odd that these are different categories or, you know, not the same between these two. I would have thought that and I think when we looked at the previous example, I forget what town it was in, but they were the same section. They were exactly the same between those two things. One is, or maybe we're saying we don't need that because by doing the weighting to 100, you're doing it. You're saying that already, but I
mean, do you
feel like they're
duplicative otherwise? Will we get conflicting information though if we ask it this way that will be misleading or misunderstood?
I thought you were driving toward maybe we only need one of the questions.
I like that, and I think we would get rid of the $100 question.
Yeah.
I tried doing it on my phone, and it's really cumbersome.
Yeah.
Well, it's cumbersome like that. If there was a bunch of sliders where you could say, to make it easier, I think.
It's the text, and it's the size of text versus the space to fill in. And Jane, what I'm hearing from you is this isn't giving you a way to adjust that, the proportions or anything.
Yeah.
They just don't deal with it apparently.
Here's some of this is one of the, you know, service options here. I've been talking about how to get things to add up to numerical data, and it's this multiple text boxes is the only option to get it to do that add up to a particular number. So I think maybe there might be other survey tools, but this is the one we've been using for the last few years, and it's served us very well, actually. It served us very well during the overrun, and we use it in a number of other venues, but it's cumbersome, so it wouldn't be my recommendation to keep the 100 because I think you'll lose people here. If there was a question I was gonna not require people to do, it would be this one.
The thing is, I like your descriptions, but if there's a way to have the descriptions but have the question be something different, because I think they're very concrete and help people understand, though maybe I would have, given what happened earlier this evening, I might amend the school description so people don't get their hopes up that ARPA money is going to go towards full day K, because it all depends on Tuesday night, but it's not. Like we'd want to say expand, educate.
Well, just because the schools aren't going to ask for more doesn't mean you all can't give us more.
Right, I was going to go where Sean was going to go. If the town says that's the number one priority, then hey, we'll have a conversation.
Well, you could say expand/improve educational programs, just to cover what we like. Expand/improve full day kindergarten, virtual learning, mental health equity, curriculum, just to kind of maybe we'll hear some support for what was voted.
So. Can I throw an idea out, maybe two? What if we tried to get to one question and instead of ranking versus $100, we had a slider 0 to 10 for each of the 10 or 12 items, however many there are.
Isn't that the same as ranking, or?
It's similar to ranking, except you could put everything as a 10 or everything as an 8. You know, so everything as a 10 means I'm giving equal amounts. Out of the $100, if there are 10 items, it means I give it $10 a piece to us in terms of interpreting it. But what it would allow people to do is we get clearly what matters and what doesn't. And just kind of general sentiment. You could get an average score on each of the categories.
So how do you ask the question then to get
On
some-
each one, you say, rank this in terms of your level of, how important is this to you on a scale from 0 to 10 for each item? So it looked just like this, except it'd be a slider instead of a box.
How
But
would that
she's-
work in paper form?
Well, she would have done sliders to begin with if she
You
could
can
have done
do
sliders.
that with this. You can do that with this though. You can, instead of saying I have to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I can just say it is 1. I mean, it's 1 through 10. Sliders I think could cause problems in paper form. It could cause problems in other
Yeah.
ways.
A 1 through 10,
Right? Just,
sure.
There's a 1 to 10, but you don't having to do only 1. I'm actually somewhat opposed to that idea, frankly. I'd like to have the hard ranking to say that this is my number 1 ranking. I think that gives us more discernible data, but I think it's an interesting, at least, talking point.
Then I think, to your point, that one works better than the $100, given how clunky it is to do it here. It'd be
I think
great
it
to do it
does.
otherwise, but if it's clunky, forget it.
You might find if you do the $100 option and you do the priority option, and we could actually reverse these questions, so that almost the last question before the demographic data is the $100. So we're kind of setting them up, what's your priority, and then how would you allocate that money? You may find that some people think that one particular item is a higher priority, but they would spend more money on something else. And that would be very interesting to see. That, okay, we think that, for instance, the senior, the senior feasibility study, that kind of work is a bigger priority than school curriculum, but we were gonna put more money into school curriculum. So I'm just a for instance, but it would be interesting to see that. And I don't, you might be able to suss that out with this mix of questions. But we can reverse these, anything can be done. We can put in sliders. I think that might be confusing though, but
Go ahead, Sean, you had a question?
Yeah, I think we collapse it to one question and use the descriptions from current question 3 and question 4.
That's easy to do.
Because those are, I like those descriptions, they help people
Yeah.
understand. They're a little more vivid than generic. Are there 10 descriptions there?
Yes.
So we're not losing any categories?
No.
Okay. So we use those, combine the long descriptions with the ranking.
The only thing is, I would want to make sure, so it's actually not true. We have roadway infrastructure as one set of questions, and we have water, sewer, flood control infrastructure as a different set of questions. We aren't capturing, we have economic development, but we're not capturing, down here, community priorities. We aren't capturing the, human services, local employees, essential workers, that kind of request that you've seen as well. So,
There's nothing precluding this from being 13 items on a list, right? So, right? I mean,
you can add and augment, yeah.
yeah.
So I can add those into this section with these more robust descriptions. But do you want to rank them? Or do you want to rank the questions down here?
No, I think we want to lose the 100. I mean, I liked the $100 question,
ranking,
but
if someone's doing it on a phone and making those selections is
Yeah.
easy to make versus typing in numbers, is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I like the $100 question, but given how clunky the implementation is, I think it's probably right to lose it.
Jane, you don't have access to Qualtrics, do you?
Geez, I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay, because if you did, I just looked it up, and they call it a constant sum question, and you get to, it's exactly what we want. You type in a number and it adds up on the bottom.
That's a whole new survey tool then, though?
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with it, you don't know we have access to it, skip my point completely.
Thank you, Mark.
So
So what I will do is I will change the language for question 4 and eliminate this question 3. I can save this question somewhere else, so, if you want to bring it back, we can do that, but we're going to take this away and just make the ranking one, but we'll suss this out with other language, and then make sure that all the pieces are there. And then I'm happy to send that back out to the chair or anybody else so they can look at it for feedback before you want to make it go live.
And then I think test it exactly as Fidel did, and just make sure that we're not finding. all
Yeah,
sorts of
I
issues.
tested it on a computer and not a phone, so and a lot of people would probably be doing it on a phone.
Yeah, this is what the phone looks like right here. So you can see
Okay,
that.
yep. How do you make those descriptions not read like that on a phone, too, like those, the text wrapping?
Yeah, it's terrible.
There's no way that
So
should
you
look
make
like
that
that.
question go away. And this is a device, this is more like an iPad. Nobody uses iPad, it's about 50%, 52% of folks come to our website and use desktops or laptops, and about 48% use mobile devices to access our website. So I think that's probably gonna be true or close to true with the survey as well. So, based on the analytics I have on our media usage and our website. So yeah, we'll let this go away, we'll keep 4, and we'll improve the language of the previous questions. But anything, and then we'll put in a prefer not to respond. Anything else?
I guess, Chris, you had a comment?
Thanks, Marion. I guess for me, I'm not sure why in an anonymous survey I wouldn't be answering the age thing. If I didn't really care, I'd just lie and put 18 to 20 or whatever. So for me, I mean, if it was governed by who was doing it, then possibly, but it's anonymous. I don't know why anybody would not want to do it, I guess. So.
People believe Big Brother's tracking them all the time.
Then why would you take the survey to begin with?
We'll be doing it through a VPN or something.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, 2 people. And yeah, I like how it would get whittled down to 5 questions. Obviously, that seems like that would fit on, a double-side thing at the most kind of scenario. And then I guess for this one, are you a resident business owner? It's a possibility that you could be a resident and business owner, but like, for business owner, would that be a local business owner or someone in general? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't mention that it's Reading-ish.
We can do that, yep.
Probably should. I think that's a good
Yeah.
point.
Right, that's a good catch, I like that one. So, yep, we can put that in.
What does
And
allow?
we can also make it more, they can answer maybe more than one thing here, if we want.
Yeah, because I think we have resident business owners. I guess students would be college students probably, since it's.
You could be student and an employee as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So RUA and then check all that apply.
So just a quick question on this one. Why are we asking it? Especially if they can give multiple answers. What were we hoping to do? The outcome would be to do kind of a crosstab to say, well, if the residents, these were the answers. And so if they answered
Yeah.
resident and something else, we just include them in each one, I
They
guess.
fit
is
in
the
both
answer.
categories, yeah.
Yeah, so we do it as a resident and separately as a business owner, separately
Yep.
as an employee. Okay, cool.
Yep. Yep. Anything else?
I'm just looking around the group. I see Andrew on the screen, but I don't have any comments from him. So, in terms of us, I'm just gonna get out of Zoom because I can't get back. Saying the survey will be released. I mean, we wanted it to go out right away, but I guess should be we haven't seen the final form. We've seen what the proposed changes are. Do we want to wait to one more meeting? So do you want to trust, say, the chair and vice chair to review the final copy?
Yes.
So,
Yes.
all right.
Is there any feedback on how to distribute and advertise it, how long it should stay out there?
Yeah, I was
Any-
going to get to that.
I'm sorry.
No, so, okay, Jane, so then I guess if you can send it to Fidel, who could get it along to market, we will, as soon as you get the final version, we'll bless it, and it will go out. So now, it's just as part of the group. Do you have any recommendations, Jane, for how long, how this is going to be promoted and how long it should be out? And we will have a discussion.
I do. Yeah, so first of all, I have the changes to you tomorrow by midday.
Okay.
And then you have some time to work on it if you want to on Thursday and Friday. So my recommendation once it launches, you're gonna get your biggest bang for your buck. Most people will see that and then and once they interact with it, they understand what it is, they'll use it. We will put it on the website, we'll put it out on all of our channels, so once you approve it, I will put it on our website, I will put it on the page for your board, so people, if they go to the board, will see the survey there. We'll put it on Facebook and Twitter, we'll put it on SeeClickFix, and it'll go on our app also for SeeClickFix. Then, what I also recommend is that, particularly select board members who do utilize social media, and I know some of the members of this board also use social media, Marianne, to a great extent, you should also promote the survey, because people interact with it and they will click it when they're, posting on Facebook. It only takes a few minutes to do it. So that's a great way to get responses quickly. So a multi-channel approach, and I think the town manager may want to consider putting it in his newsletter if that's a good time. I don't know if you want to leave it open for a month. I don't know how much runway you want to go with this. Probably 2 weeks is substantive enough. You can see how many responses you get. We'll keep you updated, on a weekly basis. Or
Yeah, just
every
with
2
Memorial
days.
Day and everything, I don't know, I think 2 weeks may not be enough. Mark,
Sure.
The other thing, what's our strategy for hard copies?
Before we go there, can we finish this one?
In terms of?
In terms of other distribution angles.
Oh, yes, sorry.
I mean, I think we've said it before, and I think Dr. Milichewski said he'd do it as well. We should get it out to the school distribution list as well. Both the existing, superintendent list, but we should get it in the principal newsletters in addition to that. School committee wise, we can post on our Facebook page as well. And I would just caution this committee, if any one of us posts it, do not respond to comments. You'll open yourself up to open meeting law.
well, the easiest thing is if the town has a press release on its Facebook page or something, we can just share the press release and you can set up your post to have no comments. So if the town has a press release, then we don't have to say anything.
Yep, exactly, but if you share it, that just helps get to your network better. And typically, folks need to see something about 5 times before they interact with it. We'll probably put an image with it, either the town seal or picture town hall, or I don't know what we'll do, but something along those lines, because that increases interaction about 1,000% over text.
And also tell them it's only 5 questions and takes, under 5 minutes or something.
Exactly, there'll be a little preamble, so it'll be, have your voice heard on, the ARPA committee wants to know what you think, something along those lines. And we'll clear that language with you guys first as well.
Okay.
So I thank you, Tom, we'll send that over to the superintendent and then you can distribute on your side. Hard copies, typically, when we did the override survey, we had them at Town Hall, the Pleasant Street Center, the library, and I think that was it for the override. I can go back and check, but those 3 locations would be the primary locations.
Can I suggest that we want to, first of all, notify those places that we're going to be giving them a survey, that they should probably put up some kind of a sign saying, hey, there's a survey, you can take one right here.
We'll give them a sign, but yes.
Yeah.
And a place to collect them.
Cool. And then the other thing is if we want them to be able to put it into their newsletters or other activities, we should just think a little bit about timing. And that might suggest that we go a little bit longer in terms of how it's open, although we can find out when they actually publish stuff to their list. That would just help. I just want to make sure that we're giving kind of, the online community can be a lot quicker, especially if they're reached out to, and the paper community is going to be just a little bit, it's going to take more time.
You might be surprised. We were collecting those papers all day. They sit down and do them and hand them right back. So that was typically our experience last time. Now with the override survey, we had over 2,000 responses. I think it was like 2,400. I don't think that was an exceptional response rate for a survey. I don't know that we'll see that high a response rate here, so I would caution you on expectations. But if members of the community are and the elected officials are pushing it out and encouraging people to take it, that's very helpful. Some of the select board members last time were really good at doing that, and it helped a lot, so.
Okay, Chris, you had something?
Yes, thanks, Marion. I guess if you want a lot of interaction, you could just, I could give you a headshot if you want and see if a lot of people interact with that. In terms of leaving it open, I would go with, based off when our next meeting is and then the following meeting, so I guess we'd have to scale it out just to see, and then just scale it back from that based off that kind of data. So I don't know when our next meeting was, but if hypothetically it was May 31st, and then the meeting after that is like July 2nd, you know, obviously we'd have to leave it open until mid-June for the July thing to really.
I mean, I think weren't we thinking May 25th or 26th?
May 24th is the
May-
other one we've agreed to so far.
Okay, and I guess, I don't know about after that, but when is that Reading Friends and Family Day?
June 11th.
I mean, maybe that would be like kind of a closing time, because that might be one more place to promote it. I don't know that you
You
only,
do a QR code.
Yeah.
People, you know, do a QR code.
and that could kind of be like the last hurrah of it, and then we close like Monday, June 13th or something.
Can we get access to a table there to put stuff out possibly?
It'll cost you.
Hopefully my credit's good.
Okay, so do we want to tentatively, I mean, I don't know when we're going to have our next meeting. It would probably be in early June, but close by our next, I don't know, I'm looking like June 14th. One of those select board meetings, I want to not overlap with
So the
those.
31st of May is so 17th, then the 31st, then the 14th of June, and the 28th of June. They're pretty much every 2 weeks.
Okay. So, what's showing up on the 7th?
So you can do either the 7th of June or the 21st of June if you want to follow the Tuesday schedule.
I think the Reading Day is the 11th, so
Yep.
it seems like it should be.
I mean, I think we'd keep the survey, I'm sorry, I went to May here. If the Reading Day is the 11th, I guess we can still meet one more time, and then if we reviewed surveys the 21st, that's the last day of school. Well, we don't only have to meet on Tuesdays either.
No.
So, I don't know.
It's great if you don't, because I'm a selectman in another community, and my meetings are on Tuesdays as well.
Well, I guess we don't know what's happening, you gotta know your recalc meetings. I mean, I could look at like Wednesday, June 15th as a tentative date.
That looks okay. on
That's
my
open from a
calendar.
school perspective.
Okay, so that comes after the survey. So we're getting a little ahead of a later meeting item, but I'll just note that down. So maybe the survey, and that kind of almost gives us about a month of time open, slightly more, because by the time you publicize it, I mean, today's already the 11th. So, and
Yeah.
Friday, the town's closed, so say it's really opening up Monday, the 16th, so that's a nice even month.
Yeah, I like that, that's a nice even month, and then if you shut it down on the 11th, that gives me a couple of days to pull the data together for you. We'll give you the raw data, but we'll give you the statistical, the analysis as well, so you'll have, you can have everything that we're working with.
Yeah, so, I mean, we'll leave it open for the family day on the 11th, and then maybe shut it down the 12th, so give people that day.
Yeah, exactly, like 11:59 PM or 12 AM on the 12th, something like that.
You talking about the time now?
11:59 p.m.
I know, this is for late. Okay, so I guess I put down a vote, and I guess I don't really know what's to vote on. We can just vote to.
How about this? I move to approve that the chair and vice chair finalize the survey per the comments of the committee tonight for publication early next week.
Second.
Okay, second. All in favor?
You have to roll call.
Oh, roll call, because, yes, I'm sorry.
Andrew?
Andrew?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Jeff? And Mary Ann, yes, sorry. Okay.
So just one more thing, Jane, if you could scroll up maybe to the first question, I think. there was something a little funny. Some of those things, like convenient location, both words are capitalized, but environmental conservation, only the first word. So if you just make it consistent, I think.
I didn't even notice.
I love that you noticed that. That was a test. That wasn't actually a test. No, that's fantastic.
I noticed,
Paper editor, I do notice that stuff, and that's mine.
I noticed it on water, sewer, and whatever else, but I felt like I'd be nitpicking if I mentioned it.
That's a great
You are,
segue.
but it's good, you like it, you like it.
That didn't fit within the motion, so she doesn't have to
Yeah.
change it.
Okay. So,
When within the comments made by the.
I'm just giving you a hard time, Jeff.
I think she'll take care of it.
Yeah, I think she will too.
all right, thank you so much. We'll look for your communications tomorrow. Thank you, Jane.
All right,
Thanks,
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great night.
And
Drive safely.
I can't even say last but not least, because we still have items after him, but we're gonna whip through those. Okay, Fidel, I gotta
All right.
find where we are. Thank you for waiting.
I'm not going anywhere. Jackie, if you could share the presentation, that'd be great. And I will, I'm sure you all seen this presentation, so I won't go into the gory detail. Gory detail.
Jackie's still there?
Thank you, Jackie. Next slide, please. Okay, so I know we've talked about this. The only reason why I put this back up is in particular to start with is just to really highlight to the committee that this is not the only thing that I will be presenting to you with regards to water and sewer. This is one of the initial request of a larger request that is going to magically sum up to $2 million. Thank you. Next slide, Jackie. Okay, in my first presentation, I initially requested $2 million and for it all to be spent to subsidize water rates. I heard a lot of concerns about that. So we adjusted and we presented to select board that we use ARPA funds to fund the $550,000 in FY23 that is capital only. So we had a lot of conversations in the select board. I think we all coalesced, except for one caveat, and that is that we historically have been using reserves to cushion the rate. And Bob, before leaving, made a proposal for us to use $750,000 in reserves in FY23 to cushion the rate. So after a lot of discussion with the select board, we said, let's ask for $550,000 plus an extra $100,000 so that we are using the same amount of ARPA and the same amount of reserves when we set our FY23 water rate. Next slide, please. On the sewer side, while the rate is high, the reserve side is actually quite strong. We've had a lot of water main breaks, which has really taken a toll. Sorry, really taken a toll on the reserve levels. On the water side, on the sewer side, it is quite healthy. It is over $5 million. Next slide. So with that said, on the sewer side, what the select board has indicated, and I believe we'll vote on Tuesday the 17th, is essentially to use $450,000 in reserves, which will essentially keep the increase on the sewer side at a zero for FY23. Next slide, please, Jackie. And this slide is essentially what we narrowed down as the option. So we will use $650,000 in reserves, and just again to point out, this is historically what we've done every year. And Bob presented to the select board in February to use $750,000 in reserves. So what we're doing is we're going to balance out a little bit, and the discussion at the select board was to essentially reduce the impact of reserves and hopefully buy us another chunk of time. So what this does is if we use $650,000 in reserves and we use $650,000 in ARPA, this will result in an increase of 4.6% in the water rate. Next slide, please, second. When you combine these, this becomes 4.6% in the water, negative 0.3%, which is essentially zero in the sewer, and resulting in a net overall increase combined rate of 2.2%. We felt that 2% or around 2% was okay. Obviously, as I said to this body, water rates in Reading is something that I hear a lot of concerns about. But this is the lowest that I've heard we could go without fears of a cliff, fears of attaching ourselves too much to reserves. What this means, as you can see below, is that for the average single family, it would result in a net increase of about $52 compared to what we are paying today, which we felt was modest. Next slide, please. And again, this is something that I am talking about often. And so in FY24, we received funding we received funding in town meeting to hire a consultant that is going to walk us through implementing tiered structure billing. As I said, there are not many communities that are left with a single rate. We are one of them. Wakefield just rolled it out 2 years ago, and I feel like this is one of the ways that we are going to be able to be more strategic in setting water rates in the future. So my goal is this time next year to be in front of the select board and presenting our recommendations on a tiered rate in Reading.
Okay, Mark had a question?
Just one comment back to the question on the water. The typical balance in water reserves, I think, was kind of $5-ish million, plus or minus. And the break at Walker's Brook over the winter decimated that and took it down to about 2.5.
So we looked at it with using the 650 at the start of this fiscal year. Sorry, at the start of FY23, we are going to be roughly at $3.5 million. Once we account for what we are using already, plus what has been spent in the water main breaks. So $3.5 million. $3.5 million.
Right. But it's typically been
five
and change, right? Which is where sewer is, and that's the reason why sewer is easier to.
Not asking for as much.
Yeah, exactly. So sorry, thank you. I just want to make sure that was clear.
Okay, Sean, you had a question?
Yeah, 2 questions. One is, next year's budget will be what it will be, sort of regardless of how much the rate increase is this year. Like, we're offsetting a rate increase this year. So let's say that it's going to cost $9 million to run the enterprise next year. And we offset the rate increase so that ratepayers are only, I don't know what we call water customers. Water customers are only paying for, I'm going to make up a number, 8 million of it this year. Any reduction we do in the increase this year sort of just gets tacked on to next year's, assuming nothing changes from a budget perspective, right? So this is kind of like a one-time tax holiday, essentially, anytime that we're, sort of buying down the water rates.
And I will say that is not a bad thing, first of all. So the governor is actually talking about doing that as a state, right? So, but regardless, I was proposing for a larger spend to get that break, right? But I heard a lot of the concerns, right? And we are specifically funding the items that are capital. That capital, those items really fluctuate, right? I mean, it depends on a lot of things. I spoke to our DPW director and our talent engineer. Over the next 2 years, we are going to be doing a lot of large projects. The water tower, we are doing the water mains in the downtown. We are doing sewers in the downtown. It's hard to say how much capital we're going to have. That's emergency, but from a plan standpoint, it might dial down. Might, I don't know yet. But to your further point, I would envision me coming to this board at some point at the end of the summer and request an additional probably $650,000 to spread that holiday, as you called it, in order to make it easier to implement this tiered program, right? It's easier to implement a tiered program when the increase this year is not as much.
Sure. Yeah, I guess my general sort of sense, I don't, from a policy perspective, I don't love the idea of buying down rates. I like subsidizing capital is one thing that can fit in this, that makes sense. I don't, from a policy perspective, love the idea of buying down rates because it almost feels regressive in the sense that people with large homes and maybe they're watering their yards get a bigger benefit than the fixed income senior who's living alone and using relatively little water. So I'm glad that we're exploring this sort of structural change because I think that sort of addresses sort of the real discrepancies and real challenges from a water billing perspective more effectively. So I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I just ran the numbers on my own water bill. Like this is going to save me $25 a quarter, give or take. I don't know. It feels like there might be things we could fund in town for $650,000 that would sort of delight people more than.
Yeah, I mean, and at my income level, $25 a quarter might not make a big difference, right? Can I say that about all residents in Reading? I cannot.
No, it's fair.
I cannot. What I will say though is that in my first presentation, I showed that we happen to be one of the highest rates, right? So cushioning this one more year is kind of allows us to fall in the middle of the pack a little bit more, not quite there, a little bit more. And to your first point, absolutely, I believe that a single water rate is regressive. Because we're not incentivizing preservation, and we are charging regardless of income, regardless of usage at the same rate. And it would be hard to implement a tiered schedule when we are already at a high level of increase, because regardless of how we do it, what we are doing is we are stretching the rate, right? The pie is not going to change.
Sure.
The distribution of that pie is going to change, right? So the higher, the more you use, the higher your rate. So if we are already facing a high increase that year, that tier 3, tier 4 is going to get a really high increase, right? So buying down and allowing us to do this is getting us to a place where this structural change, will not result in me getting beaten up in the parking lot.
Well, I think we can all support that.
All in favor?
I do have one other question. Just looking ahead to the tiered approach, in the Wakefield example, do they charge $7.30 for the first 1,000? Okay, so it's not if you hit tier 2, you pay the tier 2 price for everything. It's okay.
That's absolutely right.
It's on the marginal.
It's just like taxes,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So in income tax, for the first chunk, you pay at this rate. Once you go up, you pay starting on that rate.
Right. So they're
just like income
rates,
tax.
essentially. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yep. I tend to agree with Sean's point about the, how it's going to benefit in the small, and, maybe $25 might be significant to some of the, senior on a fixed income, but they're also going to be using less water, so they might only get a $10 a month, $10 per quarter benefit, right? Because they're not using as much water, right?
So what I used was 120 100 cubic feet, right? And it's a number that is published by American Water Works.
Sean said his was going to be like $25 per quarter, and I'm saying he probably uses more in his family of 4 or 5 than a senior living alone, right? So someone living alone is going to be paying less. They're going to see less of an impact from this, and looking at the other things that we have on the ARPA, like, maybe someone would rather see the Birch Meadow, recreation complex, and they would get a much bigger, enjoyment out of actually being able to go out and do things there. And, they can't do anything with the $10 or $25 per quarter that would make up for, us being able to use that money to do something else good for the town. So that's.
Okay, I'm first Mark, then Tom.
So just for everyone's information, there was some support on the board for using even more ARPA funds to pull this down lower because it impacts everybody, period. It's one of the only things that does. And although it may not be a huge impact, it's an impact and touches everybody. The structure that we're thinking about with water and kind of those earlier charts that Fidel showed, there's not much we can touch until the MWRA assessment is finished, which is another 8 years or so, something.
2027.
2027. So there's not much we can do about it. And it is a very visible, noisy topic that we hear about a lot. So that's one of the reasons why we think we've done it traditionally for many, many years. When the reserves were in the $5.5 million range, it was, we felt good. We felt fine that we could do it. And just to be clear, we're lowering it a little bit. We're not, we're taking out the bite of 10 and 20% increases that sometimes we face. But I think the board's opinion was that we do want to do something here. We'd like to do something reasonable. Again, there was some support for a higher number. We kind of compromised on this one at the end of the day.
Yeah, could you go up one slide, Jackie? And again, I know that the number increase of $10, right, might not seem like a lot, but when you look at how much is the fee for water, it's high, right? So $2,600 for water is quite a bit of money. Now this is for a single family, annual consumption of 100 cubic feet. A senior might use half of that. I'm not sure. It really depends on a lot of factors. But even that, as the percentage of income is probably quite significant. So if we could start from scratch, this will look a little different. But unfortunately, as Mark said, there's a lot of legacy investments, and some of them were strategic and probably compliance related as opposed to water rate related.
Tom, you have a comment?
Mark kind of took really where I was going to go. This touches everybody, right? Whether we want to admit it or not, it touches everybody. It is a high impact topic from a conversation perspective. It is hitting capital, which is 550 of the 650 is hitting capital. That is something that is definitely one-time related charges. It just so happens to fit in the water budget the way it is. From that perspective, I'm fully on board. This is where sometimes I wish I was a select board member, because I'd also like to ask more about the water split. And not everything goes to the sewer. I get charged twice for things that, yes, exactly. This is where I'd love to see you talk about the second meter as part of your, structural change here as well. Mm-hmm. There's a fundamental difference there, and I would actually say, you switch your water versus sewer in that regard, in terms of the rate structure you're looking at here. But you know that better than I do. I just want to encourage you to think of everything when you're thinking about that restructuring, not just the existing standard rates.
Yep, absolutely.
But in terms of the 650, I'm on board.
Andrew, did you have a comment?
Just, I'm not sure that we really want to encourage people to divert stuff that should be going through the sewer.
I don't think that's what they'd be doing, Andrew, but you know.
Okay, Chris?
Thanks, Marianne. Yeah, I mentioned it at the select board, same thing, that this affects everybody. So the 650, yes, it might impact others more or less than others, but we just saw the same thing with the schools. That's 2 million that seniors aren't going to see a single penny from. At least this is going to benefit everybody. It's, every little bit helps, and if we can buy time before the 5 years is up for the next chapter of the water rates, a year or two for that, and it will leave us 3 left. So, yeah, for me, I'm fine with this, the 650.
One more really quick point. In this inflationary economy, keeping this low at 2.2% is huge, right? When everything else is going 8, 9, 10, 12% up, keeping this low is a bigger real savings than it looks like, right? From a real dollar perspective, it's looking like $50 here, but from a real dollar perspective, it's even more than that.
There's still going to be people on Facebook claiming their water bill doubled, but
Yeah, I mean, and I will add that while I won't advocate it, it is a practice that when the economy goes down, capital goes to zero, right? So it is a lever that is commonly used to manage budgets.
not in Reading. Thanks, FinCom.
Yeah, 5%, 4.75%, 4.5%.
Yeah.
Rounds to the number.
4.25%.
Andrew, did you have
I was on the FinCom when the last time we sort of neglected capital and it didn't go well.
No. Had a legacy effect.
So I think, are we done with this discussion? And I guess I'm just like, at this hour, I'm getting confused. So you're asking us to vote to approve 650,000. Just want to make sure the motion is correct.
I will not make the motion. I'll let Mr. Sean do it because he's so good at it.
He's
But
good at it.
Motion maker.
I am asking for $650,000 to be obligated into the water enterprise fund.
To be suggested to the
To
select
suggest to
board
the
for
select
them to
board.
obligate. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. I move to recommend that the select board allocate $650,000 of ARPA funds to be obligated to the Water Enterprise Fund.
Second.
Okay, so I have to do a roll call vote. I will start with Mr. Grimes.
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Dr. Corin?
Yes.
And Mary Ann, yes. Okay, now the easy stuff. So, let me go.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying, Fidel, and your staff. So let's see how record fast we can get through this. So, future agenda items, I don't even know.
Perfect, all right, moving on.
I will
What's the
come up-
next one?
I will
Meeting
come up
minutes?
with something. I know we got in some
Okay.
requests for, the next meeting can maybe be, future agenda items. Our next meeting is May 24th. We have some small items. I think we can take stock of where we are. Talk about how the survey publicizing, I'm sure some other money is going to come in, but I don't really have. I think we still need to have a May 24th meeting. But actually, a more key thing is, should we all be present at the Tuesday Select Board meeting to present our recommendations to the Select Board? Should we be called to order, or do you just
We should probably
should be
post
posted.
post for it?
Yep.
Okay,
But we will post, not the rack, we'll post FinCom school committee.
You should
think
post the rack so we
Post
can.
rack as well.
Rack,
Yeah.
and Mark, would you expect a presentation from us, or just the outcome of this meeting?
I think the presentation should come from the school department, and then at the end of the presentation, kind of as we do, talking about a FinCom report, that RAC should have a report. And if it's more than just, by a vote of 6-1, the RAC recommends the approval of this article. You could probably do a little bit more than that.
Okay.
But I don't think a presentation.
No, okay, then I can you know, have something written up and just explain.
Yes.
That would
I
be
think
on my
that's-
part.
I think, does that work for
Yeah.
everybody?
That's
Yeah.
logical.
And it'll pretty much just be the schools and what we just voted, because that's all, that will be before select board. You guys can, you know, expand your discussion to anything else. Okay, so then,
So,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, so just so you know the structure, so we have a public hearing on water and sewer rates that'll take place. And then,
On the 17th?
yes, on the
Okay.
17th. So, we'll do that, we'll open it for comments. Then I think probably it makes sense to kind of do the report first or last. We'll take the public comments, we'll close the public hearing, and then the board will have a discussion and then vote on the water rates.
So you'll want her to do a report on this last thing we just voted on too.
Yeah,
as part of
exactly.
that's- as part of
So-
that. So you'll have
so-
two reports essentially, Mary.
So a report as part of your public hearing?
I think not as part of the public hearing, usually in the select board discussion, but I'm thinking maybe just do it at the top, that we open the public hearing and I call on you.
Well, it just feels like if you're gonna discuss water sewer rates, the 650K has to be part of it.
Yeah, but I'm suggesting, let's do it at the beginning of the public hearing. So we'll open the public hearing, I can call on you specifically to deliver the report.
Just the water sewer report, as
Exactly.
if it was like, as if I was reading a FinCom vote at
Yes,
town meeting.
exactly.
Yes,
Okay, that's fine.
and then we'll go through our process, and then we'll come back to this discussion on school. And then I would imagine you want to do the school presentation followed by your report, is what I would suggest.
Okay. Okay. So again, getting to the May 24th meeting, I will try to keep it short if we don't have a lot of agenda items. Did you have something, Fidel?
I would love to come with more details on the senior request.
Sure.
And I would love to get a vote.
Okay. So I'm just noting that down. Senior requests plus detail and vote. Okay.
Thanks. I'm a little concerned that we vote on the senior, because, like, are we gonna have any money left to spend on the results of the survey if we just
We will.
recommended spending all of it?
We will.
We will.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're taking care of the big items, if you will, right?
So, I mean, if we,
A couple of the items.
if we hypothetically approved everything, that's still less than half the,
Yeah.
I mean, that's still taking less than half the ARPA money. If we just said 2 million for the schools, say we said all the senior plus your stuff, that's another 1.5 million?
We're 3.55 so far. We're 3.55 so far if you do all three of them.
3.55.
But then Birch Meadow was like 1.5 or something, right?
But we haven't voted on that
The
yet.
public
Oh,
safety
no, no.
stipends, I don't know how much that ends up being as a total,
So,
right? I'm just saying.
I
that,
think
you know,
that's something
Yeah.
one of them wants to present to us, I believe. He would, one union, a different union, I think, came in with some requests today, and so I said you could have time at our next meeting, and there may be a presentation. I don't know if we're ready to vote on that, but I think it would be good to get an idea of the scope of what all of those requests could be.
Yeah.
so can I, as long as this is a future agenda item discussion, not a discussion
Yes,
of the
right.
of the
Right.
topic at hand, there may be other groups of employees that RAC decides to think about as part of that pandemic.
Right, I mean, I'm
Activity.
going by the ones that have come to us, there may be other ones that haven't come to us, but, so that sounds like it's not gonna be an empty agenda in the next meeting.
So Marianne, we should trade notes on who came to you, because we have a list of who came to us too, but they didn't ask to come present necessarily, so. but we can
Yeah,
trade-
it sounds
trade
like,
notes.
just so we have the full list of everybody, because if they want time at our meeting, they've gotta let me know. Okay, so I think,
Just
Yep.
maybe procedurally, if we want to do that, or if they wanted to present that they could, if that's what we're saying, that would be the meeting to do it. And/or to share information, if not present it, but somehow get the information
like,
into our system.
it can be included in the packet, but I guess if they want like, 10, 15 minutes or something, that no, people have come, we had one group come at public, a few groups have come at public comment. And that's one way, but I'm also fine with, okay, not like a 2-hour school thing, but some small if they have something they want to talk about that will go beyond a public comment time. Okay. So the last part before we adjourn, so we can adjourn on,
Before midnight?
yes, on this day is the minutes. So if we can all,
Go ahead, Sean.
I move to approve the minutes for April 12th.
Second.
okay?
Roll call.
So
Before we
this
do
goes-
that, we have to have a quick discussion. There are some errors in here. What I was going to suggest is that rather than approving them tonight, I didn't get a chance to look at these in advance. I apologize, but I'm looking at some things that quote me, about talking about the Council on Aging making proposals to the group when clearly it's Elder Services. There are a few things that it's probably worth me going through. I apologize I didn't do it, but rather than taking the time now, would it be okay to defer to the next meeting?
I think I'm okay with that. So we don't even really need a motion. We can
Yeah,
just.
there's a motion on the table that's been seconded, so you're
Yep.
gonna need to
Okay.
either rescind the motion
Or
or
a motion to table.
motion to table the motion that overrides it.
I'll make a motion to table.
A second. Am I allowed to second?
Yep.
Okay, so we're gonna tape, this is Mark's motion to table the approval of the minutes until he can put some corrections in. I'm gonna take a roll call vote. Andrew?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
And Mary Ann, yes. Okay, any more motions?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, one last roll call. Andrew?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Mary Ann, yes. We are adjourned.